wen kiwa ngi ban kiwa da wen da ban ko ye na la be wadang ta ga jala kan du la ku mi yom ye wadang ta ga jala kan du la ku mi yom ye na bu ai la ban ka e ka wen ga bai pe ba wen yo tol ton dui da karo wa ye nyen na tong bai dum do nye dum na be kala wal ye ka da wa we wa darim da wo wen wai wo bera ye be ga pala wa won ya da nu le unai wal mi ton ka ja gol byung ku lo a yir ko yom me etili yo jeding ya ka tong win ku ja ga me meli na ngol la to dam le un bol undi ka me udale ga ja de yo nya wa lo ye ya lam yang ya ga la ba go wo ye nya na ra ni twai ko wo chin go ye la ra me nyen ra ala to ya la mat ko we nya kula no wa to ke tim ju ke chil kwa de mu ke tiam wa be nya lo tina tim ju ke chil kwa de mu ke tiam wa be nya lo tina ne be jam to ku yai ka me de bia ga we be ye na me jam de ku yo ma te ke wor bor yo ya de wude ma ye wud be nya lem de wu a be riel king king boy yang be ya de wud a be riel to boy yang be di ko je doin una me mi to.
Hello, can you guys hear me? Just let me know the ping we can. If you can hear me, I will appreciate that. If you can write something to let me know if you can hear my voice properly. Hello. William, can you guys hear me? I called him while I was you. John Parang, while I was you. Look, I just went today. I think I'll try to speak in English and a bit of combination with Tongmonjang and Arabic. Because I've made some Pyongyang. If you can hear me, let me know. Peter Pamir, how are you? Can you guys hear my voice? If you can hear me, then I will appreciate that. Am I clear? Am I clear? And so that I can continue with what I'm trying to say. Just let me know.
me tok ku yai ka me de bia ga we be ye na me jam de ku yo ma te ke wor bor yo ya de wude ma ye wud pe ni lem de wu a be riel king king boy jam ben ya de wud a be riel to boy jam ben di ko je doin una me mi tone.
Okay, hold on, guys. I think my audio got some issues, so I want to. Okay, I don't know whether if you can hear me, Peter Pamir, and if you guys can hear me, then let me speak because the audio was not picking up from my end, and I think I can do now. I'm able to communicate now. I don't know whether it's very clear. And if it is clear, let me know.
Gok Alam International.
Wali da kwa ja gu chi weng da wa gere jai de ne ka ngi ko weng chi wa e log da kwa ja gu chi weng da wa gere.
Okay, thank you. Oh, thank you. If you can hear me, that's good. I just want to have a bit of communication. I will be mixing some languages from Dinka, and I'm not good at speaking Arabic, but I'll be mixing them. This is in regard to the article that I wrote about yesterday. And I also published another one today.
Akon, Mir.
The reason why I wrote those two articles, I know our people are very good at presuming or maybe making good perceptions. And some people sometimes fail to be part of the debate or question why was that said and why is that important. One of the things that I presented was the argument that I made after looking at the situation. Okay, how many people are watching? Then call, I didn't even see it. So one of the things that I posted was I came up with this article after looking into the situation because some of you are well aware of me since 2013. I've been covering South Sudan politics. And one of the most interesting things about South Sudan is that majority of the people who were opposing President Kiir Mayardit and who left the country, I could not, because if I've never expressed my opinion, by the way, but now I'm a Jack, so I want to open up a bit about my opinions. Because when I was at the radio, I would just say whatever is in, I have to remain neutral. And even now I'm neutral, but I have to be very clear on what is right and what is wrong, and what I believe is wrong and what I believe is right. But that cannot be conclusive because it's just an opinion and you should not be offended by it. So what I wrote yesterday, and if the 91 people, if you can share it, that will be good. What I wrote yesterday on my Facebook was that I wanted to know the situation of South Sudan the way it is now. And for the last 10 years, or since 2013, a majority of the people who have left the government tend to be the worst critics of the government. And at the same time, they are the same people that that are negotiating to go back to the same government. There is nothing wrong with that, for them to do that. But what I was questioning is that since they are ready to go back to the same government, and they wanted to be part of the same government, and they have no options of creating an opposition party that will be represented at the parliament, and at the same time would give an alternative argument to that of the SPLM in order to give the people of South Sudan the choice of two. And because they will be able to look at what SPLM has done wrong and what the new party or whatever alternative party is doing right. By the time people talk of elections, at least you know that you have a competitive or a competent political party that is able to take over from the party that is considered to have failed. That was the argument, but some people went and took it totally wrong. They just went to blame Kiir, and which is the argument that has been misplaced. And the reason why it is misplaced is that we look at the members of the opposition. Before 2013, the members of the opposition were either former vice presidents, former governors, or even former ministers, or maybe head of other departments. And the root causes of the problem that we have now in the country can actually be traced back to the beginning. We can look back either in 2013 or 2012, 2010, where some of the institutions that were led by these individuals never did their homework, and nothing was done. And that blame now, to take it to Kiir, is a form of contradiction. And that's why I was trying to say, look, yes, there is an argument that, okay, Kiir or the government of Salva Kiir Mayardit, the government of SPLM, is not good. Let's just say that. That's what people are saying. Then the question is, what is the alternative and who? Who will be able to come up with because there is no way that you can say, okay, Kiir is the problem on the top, and you believe that there is a problem with institutions, whether the ministries, from ministries, judiciary, going down to the states and to the counties. A lot of things were not done properly. So whether you take it away and then bring a new person, there's no magic that is going to come with that person. The argument that I was trying to make, hold on. Another argument that I was trying to make is the issue I encourage you to read. What do I need to read, Aweng? Read comments or read books? Come back again. Do I need to read books or comments? it is not about, look, let us be realistic, Janubin. Let us be very, very realistic because, and I think, okay, I have seen the comments, but I'm not, they will be distracting me. So I just don't want to read them now. I will look into them later. I know those who have been commenting here, I think you speak Dinka. I know where thin ba ber we tonga jeng. Kukana ba lwel tonga jeng. I think I will say this in Dinka. And I've seen a lot of critics. I call jam tonga jeng ja tonga noer. Kicha lwel tinang ran kine kuena piatheke. Kwa ba lwel kang jeng. You know mo ya mo nyabai. Lakini ayelo nagre. Kuboku choti gre chani an kechi jam. Kayen ni jam go lelo wer ko tinga tiaga tana nang issue kana. It could be a bad metaphor, but ki kar bale ko je kwar ka tanang ko win to ke ye ping. Kiir Mayardit ke ye bany. Kiir Mayardit ke ye bany. A kar ka ba ting holistically. A good in Western countries na kar ke the most ko ye luya rate che president. I the technocrats. I ko che trusted. Kuchika yen loy. I will give you one example. Now, Chi Kwange in the Minister of Interior in South Sudan. In Chi Kwange in the Minister of Interior, you have responsibilities. One big responsibility for you is to ensure that there is security for the towns. Kujala koi ka pani Junuba Sudan. That is the role that you have been hired by the president to do. Manatu kitweng bakan la loy ten, you don't kitweng bala loy ten number one. Yonguye your human resource tode are your generals trained to the standards. Within the civil service sector, are your civil servants well trained? Now go to the street. Polin below in Dulbula Koji Chari Jabla Koja Kuburnum Juba. Does he understand his rights? Ni yide. Ni yide kunyi yijaran bula yu chari. Manatu na lo in moin boli dul kuler ku you take example Valentino die or maybe Denko la die. Lo moin boli kuler ku dom le tioke chini tele mobile jeme Denko la ku lo mobile phone ku kerkeni yen. Or na jam denga yub dengnum ku jel kana mobile phone. Ye Kiir Mayardit ba blame wala ye minister chorane chalo charge or general le chorane chalo charge. What was the level of training for that soldier, for that policeman? Is Kiir going to come and train that police officer? These are just questions that I want to ask. Biki Laben to come and train that police officer to behave, or will he has to write a decree? Kubela to the television kuluelas minasa let no police steal. Achin polin kor bakir ran ben kwal. What are the internal rules ke department that police work for? Ya wanya Kiir Mayardit gan. You take example here. Yin in kilo indol, and I will openly say this. Anang koyen ran ke jam kuleliet. Anang dobor kero. Anang dobor kero kwara national security. Really? Inang dobor kero, okay. Anang dobor ke dia kwara national security. Do you think that a kolokuru could keep you here? one of the major thing in teachings, one of the major thing in teaching a security officer, a disguising ebrodilatian. Number one, rin ka chika nyike. Number two, lu you know. Number three, ye dubur kangu chienge. Number four, ye yene ye cholnga. Number five, ebe dang bumu gagag. That is not your role. Because na lor ku jam ku lele ane alo ku haran chilo to medane ku haran national security. Already automatically you have actually spoiled the level of training that you were given. Kiran chipiyo. Na chak ben lo inchang do burga the tamgin ku kilo. And will you blame a Kolkur for that? Or will you blame Kiir Mayardit for that? Because in a kin pure jakanagam, in a lot of training, you have spent 6 months, you are there, your role as an officer in that particular area, Ebarotian, and yours is just to collect information. You are not a law enforcement officer. You collect credible information, and then the state will use that credible information if they want to prosecute the case, then they can go and do that. No, I just I want to steer the way yen wajam think away because sometimes I check yit then we go. I'm not telling you don't blame Kir. You have reason to blame Kir. Okay, let's come again. Kiir Mayardit elo indole director of customer che kwany. Ku yen in one month when wula neto numele or when wula neto na ye cholngo ato na dapal. He's not reporting the money that is coming at the border. He's not reporting the money that is coming at the border. Are you going to blame Kiir Mayardit for that level of corruption? Or you are blaming the director of customs? Because the director of customs has been trusted by President Kiir Kulweleyin, a karba bakalo collected non-revenue, non-oil revenues. Manatuka in a director of customs, you will go and sit down, kulelo, okay, what is the best way that I can collect this money from the border? The best way that you can collect that money from the border is that you establish a system, either electronic system, whereby every money that is collected at the border will be reported and the receipt will be saved and then sent to the headquarters. The only thing Ben Kiir Mayardit Ben Yajala brief how much money being collected as non-oil revenue. So does Kiir have to be blamed for that? What was the reason you employed the director? Why were you hired as a director? The reason you were hired as a director is for you to do the job, and then the credit of Kichakwiloi, the credit of Kichanyeloi will now go to Kiir Mayardit. The credit of the blame of what Kichakwiloi and Yijablatan Kir. So Manatu Kir have a right be chop. Kukirana right be Lui, and then you are working for him. Yes, you are working for the people of South Sudan, but the facilitator for your employment is the president. So that is the man that you are answerable to, either through your minister or through whoever employ you. Okay. Let's come back. Oh, they're saying, Ajak, no, why are you not? You are trying to support Kiir now. I'm not trying to support Kiir, but I'm trying to diversify. Beauty Ngali, you have been hired to disturb. No. No, okay. So you know, unless if I come and say Kiir is bad, What does he? Okay, I am now giving it back to the citizens. So let's just talk. Let's talk. Aguti and I will open the. By the way, I will have the link. I will open the forum to anybody that want to come later, and let's have a conversation. What I was asking, wait, no. Hello. So what I'm trying to say is this: I'm trying to save you people. You know, there's another article can publish. Article can publish a jamela. Now look here, Mayadi le jalmia. Nial kalorake. Whether revenues are for, I don't know what is the proof. Okay, whether the revenues are for her daughter, for his daughter, kunong a proof of that. Then why would anybody accept being employed at that department? Why don't I resign? If I know that I'm not collecting the money, then why don't I resign? I'll come back to Ben during the cabinet meeting and I'll tell him, Ben Kiir Mayardit, you have given me a loy lon chalo. Kuyen, I'm proud of you. Yen ki chalo yen it, but I cannot do whatever I am doing because I can vote thin. Kujal. Why is that a problem? Okay, let me come back to argument chalweleke. Can you share the show where I die, please? Share it. We're 108. Do me a favor. I want to speak. Anang de ken never lwele tong jeng never be koi kunjala kwena le tong langalit. Et took and corbett took and wet it. I shall well a Kiir Mayardit kule jalmi akumai. Anang coach anang ki a board chol cham kujai. Jo a kwanyon ku ba jo kwan ku jal jo cha ku le ka ba chol cham ku jai eran cham gede ku ka chi ku ba gamlan chamene, so in cham chin at the same time, but ye le ka che chin ye we know in dia chi cham yen ko ye ke chol cham ku jai a be pio do ko because cham ku jai ke ye wo ko pani junu ba Sudan ye ko lono tien ke la tini ya kor ku bus ti go kulum gam, okay, go gam Kir ku whoever is in the government, they take whatever they are taking. But let's come down to the institutions. Until now, we know that a lot of South Sudanese are king in Uganda. A lot of South Sudanese are king in Kenya. A lot of South Sudanese are king in Ethiopia. And they are considered employees of the government of South Sudan. They are not working in Kenya at the embassy. They are not working in Uganda at the embassy. They are just there among Mitken. And some of them are registered police officers in South Sudan. What happened during the Nanong Titlen Wuben Miako Tekegade, they are recipients of South Sudanese money. They have not done even 10 hours a week to deserve the payment that the government of South Sudan should give them. The Koika Koinga by Riak, while a Chiba Koinriak. na lo kir jal mi ku boku lo take example in jiran to kwany we itin we ko dai ku taw ban ku bar ku yo ke ran ku le yin for the last many years. Okay. Okay, and okay, Molan, I'm doing English. So you looking at the situation that I presented in that article. I do believe that we South Sudanese people are not being realistic at some point, because we understand that the contributing factors cannot only be political, cannot come from the political leaders. Majority of this money, take example from non-oil revenues, are collected within our borders. But if you go and look at people that are working in these departments, they are more richer than anyone. Do you want to tell me Kir is giving them money, or they are taking the money to use them for their own? Another issue, I asked a question of how we try to attach corruption only to political leaders. But anybody can be corrupt. As a police officer, if you don't do your duties, take example, you go to office, you register that you were here and then run away. You will not be seen for the next 7 hours. Do you know that you are letting the country down as well? Can you be blamed for that? So the argument that I'm trying to make is this. If you are a minister take example, I'll give you example in 2014, 2015. I interview a lot of people that were in the opposition. Majority of them went back to the government of Salva Kiir Mayardit. And do you know what they are doing now? I tried to call some of them to give me the feedbacks. What have they done that they could not do before? Or that what have they done now to prove to Kiir that, yes, Ben Kiir Mayardit, we now prove it to you. Yes, when we were in the opposition, we wanted to show you that we can work harder than anyone. Here we are, we came back to the government. We came back to the government and we have proven you wrong. Can somebody tell me any of my former people that I've interviewed that have done an amazing job to prove Kiir wrong? That is the argument that I was trying to make, that the political leaders that are outside the SPLM government are more interested in being part of the coalition that is led by Kiir Mayardit. But they are not ready to give any better alternatives to the people of South Sudan. That was the argument. It was not about, so if you look at the situation that is now, take example what Kiir has done. After 213 years, the beginning of the 213 conflict can be very controversial, and all the incidents that happened there, yes, those are matter of legal experts and questioning how these things work. But if you look at the group that went away with Dr. Yangmachar, they came back in different groups. They went as one group, they came back in different groups. Taban came different way. Hosnyang came in different way. Those of CDR came in different way. But when they were part of the opposition, they had one objective, and they were saying that Kiir is corrupt. Okay, what happened to the same man? Is he still corrupt now? But they are not talking. Whether you go and, okay, Pagana Mum was the secretary of the SPLM. Pagana Mum was the secretary of SPLM until when the crisis occurred. He has defended himself before, but now he has, based on the rhetoric that he's putting out, at least he have good ideas for South Sudan. But how? When you could not help South Sudan at the time when the dollar was 2.5 or 2.9 Sudanese pound, and there was enough oil money coming. Paul Malone, a former head of the army, head of the army, and he led the South Sudanese army for some time. You could not invest at them. You could not invest in the South Sudanese army. Okay. You could not invest in the SPLA, and you could not even help the SPLA to sustain themselves. So that in case of the situation that is happening now, in case of the economic downturn, the army will be able to survive. And soldiers will be able to take care of their families. Okay, the same group now are the one negotiating. I have no problem with peace agreement, but the same group are the one negotiating to come back to the coalition. The coalition is what we have seen between Riek Machar and and President Kiir Mayardit. What are we getting out of it? Yes, we need peace. Until now, the people of South Sudan that are displaced are yet to be resettled. And that's why I gave the example of Rintweny Mabur. We know that Lake State went through a lot of hard times. It is one of the states that has a lot of governors. They come and go, they come and go. But within 3 months, it took Rin without enough money because he has the commitment and he has the idea of what to do. And he was able to change the argument within Lake State. So we are saying now that people can travel now from Yerul or from Awarial to Yerul and from Yerul to Rumbek without any problem. I don't think this governor has a lot of money, but he has the idea. Why are ministers? Why are ministers that are tasked with the same task that was given to Rin not doing their jobs? I'm not telling you to violate. Adenkola, look, I just want to give you can you please be very, very polite? It is a sign of maturity if you learn to be polite. In debate like this, civility matters. You don't have to be rude in order to communicate whatever message you have. You look an older person, and to have that brain alone tell a lot. So I'm just giving you another opportunity to either remain well-mannered or you will be banned. Because you got your own will, you can go and write whatever rubbish you want to do there, right? But not here. Try to be very, how do I call it? try to be very disciplined and understand that civility is the way to go, right? So, okay, what I'm trying to go back into it is this: as young people and South Sudanese, I think we need to now question a lot of things. Yeah, you can even speak English from your whatever you have. That's not a problem. But having manners you don't have to speak good English to have good manners, or you don't have to go to Harvard to learn to be stupid. You have to, right? So just behave yourself, right? I think chắc là người lý bạn quê là bà quê lý chục bà quê lên cái này tổng dân chỉ có cái phiền chắc bạn quê lý chục cái cho akhlaq à chứ cái là phía à chứ là phía school, so you need to respect yourself, right? Chắc biết cor by pio cor by okay. So we were quite to comments man or those who went to I'm trying to steer the debate, and the debate that I'm trying to diversify the debate in a way that I'm trying to diversify the debate in a way that you can be able to talk to your member of parliament, because the moment you put all the expectation to the top, to Kiir Mayardit, to ministers, you are actually failing yourself. And you are now giving the representatives, the members of parliament, that are supposed to be speaking on your behalf in the parliament of South Sudan, at the legislature, you are giving them a pass. And you are giving them a reason. You are giving them reason to just relax, because they know that somebody like Kiir Mayardit is going to be blamed, but not me. So it would be very important. It would be very important that we understand whatever was posted was to steer the debate, and that debate focus on what is the role of politicians, what is the role of individuals, if there is corruption, is it a one-way thing? Is it about the president? What happened with the governors? What happened with the commissioners? What happened with the civil administrators? The more you put action into this, the more you will be able to actually push for the change. But if you focus on Salva Kiir has not done this, he has not done that, he has not done this. Even if he lives today, you will still have the same problems, because you are not asking right people. The minister that has been appointed by Salva Kiir, yes, he's a representation of Salva Kiir, but you have to question this minister. Why is he not doing his job? You take example, when police is mistreating people, you have the right to ask the Minister of Interior, you have the right to ask the Minister of, or what they call, the Inspector of Police. Because they have a duty that the policemen do not abuse their rights, or do not abuse their power. And the moment you start to know that, then Kiir will then act on things that need him. But you have to ask, take example, you go to your village and there is a checkpoint in your village. Have you ever asked a question of why is this checkpoint here? Are we supposed to have checkpoints within South Sudan? You know that is not a government policy. Then the question is, who is doing it? You take example, you are leaving from Juba to Bor. And then you discover that there is a checkpoint. Okay, maybe, depend on how the setup is, there may be a checkpoint at the border of the two states, if that is needed. But why is it that there will be a checkpoint between counties? Is that something that you can blame Kir for? No. You blame the county leadership. You take example that you have already paid taxes in Numale. You have a right to understand from the Department of Taxation, or the department that is collecting revenues, that the taxes that you are paid there, do they include the national taxes and the states? You also have a right, since you are being taxed, is the country offering the tax return? What do we have back? Maybe at the end of the financial year. So we need to understand this, and then later come back to another funny thing with Junubin is this. You are a critic of Kir until your uncle is nominated as a minister. Then you stop, apparently you stop. At least Kiir Mayardit has become an angel because you got an uncle now serving as a minister. But later, when the same uncle is relieved from that job and the decree is out, everything is wrong about Kiir. Everything is wrong. Yes, when the announcement, the decree has come out, you are ready to run to the house. Kiir Mayardit is the best president you ever got, because now we got our Chambula Cham. Yeah, okay. One of our own has been nominated. So it's our chance, Bucham. It's our chance, Bucham. How is that minister going to be held accountable when the whole village went to celebrate his nomination? That means he has to go and satisfy the needs of people who celebrated him, not the people of South Sudan. So what I want to try to tell you is this. Let us be very logical in I'm happy to bring people in. I'll send you guys a link. I'm happy to bring people in. So I even need to be asked questions. So here is the link, guys. I've sent the link. Whoever want to come and join me, please. So I need questions to be asked. I may talk too much, but so that is I've sent the link there. Just click it, you will come through.
Gog Alarm International.
mega pala wa un ya da nule una yal me tone kaya gol byung kulo ayi ko yom mega tili yo cheding ya ka tong win ku ja ga me meli na ngola to dam le un bur un dit ka me udale ga ja de yo nya wa lo ye yalam yang ya glan wa go nya na ran di twai ko wichin go la ra me nyindra ala to nyalmat ko wenya kula no watoke tim ju ke chil kwa de mukye tiamwa benyalo tine tim ju ke chil kwa de mukye tiamwa benyalo tine ne benjam to kuyai ka me de bya ga we be ye na me jam de ku yo mate ke wor boryo ya de wude ma ye wud benyalim de wu abiriel king king boy ya ben ya de wud abiriel to boy ya ben
can you guys see the link? I've sent the link there. If you want to join me, please join me. That just click that. That will call on this side. Call me there, and I think we will be able to communicate. Hello? Yep. Okay. Or even put your questions there. Yen we koi kapani Junuba Sudan. Let us be very honest here, because yen at the end of the day, one of this mentality whereby you say, okay, it's either Yineran Wunti or Yineran Wunda. But that does not work that way. It's just supposed to be like that. So manatu the belief is that yen na chinom du ta kulwele yen kira right. Ekalwele chine de yen bi nomran, yes, kire ran at the end of the day ku komu Kir Mayardit ke nyake ke ka ko to ingatin. Ask yourself a very simple question. Whether you are you are in Australia, akor barati kulwele ko chi kir ko mukto Australia, what have they done collectively? Yongo chi loy. Ko chi kir ko mukto America ke junubin chi ke imat. Ko to Uganda, have they done anything that make them better than Kir? So just let us, I'm not supporting Kir or anybody, but I just want us to be realistic here. Hello?
Jagaba.
Could I let it? Ma akoy chin camera do
Eh,
ne.
na. Eh?
It I think in my ear. Hello? Jam da bay ping. Oh, tem way. Just cut up. Call back again. Guys, the link is there. Hello?
Yep, I can hear you, Jack.
Yeah, in a mail la pay. Yeah, lotwing, Lord, gor mic. Hello? You're mute for some reason.
Camera?
Yeah, you're mute now. You're okay. Lotwing. It's cutting on and off. Hey, Mike.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Is
Is the video working?
No, it's showing dark.
Showing dark because I'm in dark. I'm in dark. I think
Okay, then go ahead. If they can hear you, I can hear you.
EPL.
I think you open no.
Are you madman?
Okay. Yeah, in
Yes. Mike then what?
Okay, because I can. Good one. How are you?
I'm very good. I'm very good. Thank you.
Uh,
Are you in the state or still?
no, I'm in Melbourne.
You done, but you came back home.
Yeah, Anto in Melbourne.
Welcome back home.
Okay, guys, can you hear him? Because I think, can you hear him? Oh, he's echoing.
Yeah, look, I'm not going to be long, but I'm a little bit opposing your the suggestion that you don't want us to blame Salva Kiir. I blame the president because just an example, the issue of borders within.
Hold on, Mike. Let me fix. People are saying that there is echoing. Hello. I don't know why is it.
There's echoing, is it?
And just wait. I think they cannot. His network is bad. Ador, just hold on. Yeah. Let me try it. Okay. Hello?
Yep.
Mike Jamna.
Yeah. My point is, I blame the president. I just gave an example, the issue of checkpoint, the borders within the state or between the state or within the counties. The president knows that there are those checkpoints within the country. Even on the swamps area, there are those checkpoints of which they cost life. I will just give you an example, the one between Jonglei and Lake State.
Yeah.
It took lives, and the president knows that there's checkpoint there. Now, you cannot blame the local authority or the commissioners because the president knows those checkpoints are there, and it's the supreme power. So he can give powers that we don't need this, and he can remove them. That's a blame goes to him. Secondly, he did not create a political conducive environment or atmosphere for the politicians to ask questions or what the supporters of the president are saying. So if you can't ask a question, how would those things be corrected? And even the parliamentarian, they can't ask the opposing idea within the country. So you look the security agents, they got more powers where they are protecting the president himself, not even aware sometimes with how things are happening or how they fall out. Because whatever the advice the president is getting, maybe it could be on the opposite to what exactly is happening. So it goes back to the president. What can he do? He's not controlling. So if the president is not controlling, everybody is having powers to make a decision on whatever the case is. Kind of individual that you want to support President Kiir or you don't want to support him. It's your individual opinion.
Can you hear me,
But
Mike?
that has to be.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Ajak.
Okay, look.
I can hear you.
Look,
I think my network is bad, yeah?
No, I'm getting you now. But look, I'm not, number one, I'm not saying that I'm not asking people not to blame Kiir. I've never said that. But I'm just trying to let people know that they need to be very logical when they are when they are actually trying to blame him on things that he has done or things that can be done that can be done by ministers and by those who are tasked. You mentioned one thing. One of the things that you have mentioned is the issue of the internal borders. This is a very complicating matter. And that is not a case that can only be addressed by Kiir. Even himself, he will not even understand what is happening. unless there are technocrats. You take example the case of the area that you have mentioned, uh, the borders within the River Nile. Those are going back to the 1864 when Sir Samuel Becker traveled, and those who traveled through the Nile then started to mention the Nile as the border between the Western communities and the Eastern community, going down to the Sud. If you try to study that, whether the aerial view of that area will always be complicated. The same
And the
thing.
question here,
Okay,
not
let's
to
come.
cut you short,
Yeah.
the question there is not even the whole thing. The conflict is not even all about the borders. The problem is about the people having that checkpoint whereby they collect the local tithes or the taxes. Now, who is responsible there?
I
Now
think
the
if I,
local people are having an idea that there shouldn't be a checkpoint here. There
I
shouldn't
if
be a border here. But now the authority and the law implementing agency, they are the one to be in charge of that.
okay,
But now, okay, if they are
let's come to the jurisdiction of the governor. Let's come to the jurisdiction of the governor and the jurisdictions of the commissioners. You know that we are a decentralized government, whereby there are concurrent powers, and there are powers given to the state. And
remember they overlapped, Jack.
no,
They
but
overlapped. Those
now
powers,
okay.
they are not working.
Now
In concept, yes.
if they overlap, okay, if they overlap, then it comes down to the people that we employ. Like for example, if you employ a governor that understands nothing about the powers, and majority take example of after the peace agreement, he have no option but to give the names of people that were suggested. Majority of them may not even know what are which one are the territorial waters of this area, and which area belong to the other one. And this is where the parliamentarian come in Deng. The parliamentarian, whether at the state level or at I think if they are there to go and initiate a bill, to negotiate and then to be able to discuss the official maps and the official borders of the country, that will include a consultation with with the communities that are affected. What do they believe is their ancestral land, and what do the other people believe is ancestral land? At that level, a technocrat team will make recommendations, and those recommendations will then be based on this concept of do no harm, so that you don't end up later going and making a decision like what is happening in ABA and Twitch. These are things that can be resolved in a very simple way if the technocrats were involved and the consultation was properly done at that level. So it comes down to who are we giving the powers? Because the members of parliament, take example, they have the power to represent the voices of the people. And I don't think if they are going to discuss policies of the SPLM, take example in our area where I come with you in Jonglei State, majority of the people either in Bor County and Du County and Twitch East County, the members of parliament there are SPLM. They are supporters of the SPLM. If they are discussing policies that support SPLM, why would the security sector be against them?
But that is a valid question. But now, when you look at the government in Juba, you even if someone call it the government is of the elites, those who are there in Juba who are having power, someone would say, "No, is the SPLM, is the national government, united government, whereby all the parties are in." But the SPLM itself, the party that is the ruling party, do they have a space or a platform where they discuss the issues of affecting the population in South Sudan? And what recommendation do they get? Do they implement them? The issues facing people, like the inter-communion fight within the country, do the government know? Kiir
No, but
himself.
But is that
Will
the issue of
you
the
say he
president?
doesn't know?
No, is that the
He
issue of the
does know.
president? No, is that the issue of the president? Let's come to this. The president, yes.
Yeah,
The
he is the
president have,
issue of the president because the
yes.
president is the supreme power. He's the supreme power because, number one, for that issue to be settled within a day, if the president wants that issue to be stopped within a day, it can. It can be stopped in a day. But if the
Okay.
president give a depth years on that particular issue, and then no one would,
Okay.
it can continue growing.
What if we go down a bit, Michael? If we go down a bit,
Yeah.
let's do a bit of let's just assume things here. We may not be right or wrong, but let's take an example whereby the security of the country is under the Ministry of Interior.
Yeah.
They have the power to ensure that anything that threatens the well-being of the South Sudanese is the responsibility of the Minister of Interior. And that means if there is a problem between communities, there is what they call the Security Council, and that includes the security apparatus. When the police is deployed by the minister, you don't need a president. The minister deploy a police. You only need a president when the army is being deployed. So now the minister will ask the minister, does the Minister of Interior have competent policemen? And if he has no competent policemen that are able to handle the situation between these particular communities, then the question is, why? Because you know that until early 2005, 2007, 2008, there were reports that majority of the older people, the older SPLM veterans, were the one transferred to the police. Are they able to run? Are they able to maintain law and order? You know, here in Australia, you need young blood, you need young people that are educated, that will be able to understand the part of the laws, and that will be able to implement rules and the orders that are given. Can we blame a minister for not doing what is his role and then later go to the president? Another group that we can blame is this. The members of parliament whose communities are affected by the insecurity have the right to make a proposal or a bill to be debated at the parliament, to make sure that there is a law enacted to avoid a scenario that has occurred in this particular region not to happen again in the other region. Now, if this law is passed by the houses, the only blame will now go to Salva Kiir if he rejects that law to sign it into that bill into a law. Then now Kiir will be said, okay, this member of parliament is sponsored this particular bill, but President Kiir threw that out the window. Why don't we look at things that way?
Let me put it back this way. Okay, that's one scenario.
Yeah.
Another scenario, if those ministers, the MPs, they fail to propose that bill, is Kiir aware that, let's just give example our area, that in Jonglei, between Murule and us, and where? Is Kiir aware that there is a communion fight within this region? And if he's aware that there's a communion fight within this region, did he call those MPs to ask them what is happening?
Okay.
Has he done that?
Okay. That will not be.
Then if he did not ask that question, because there are people dying, a big number, they are dying. So again, the president would have also asked those MPs, because we don't know. We are just hypothetical here. We don't know actually what are the facts. Whether these MPs, they talk with the president or they did not talk with the president, we don't know.
That comes down.
But we
again,
just
Michael.
hypothetically, let's just say they did not talk to the president. Did the president ask them? Yeah.
That come down again, Michael, to the Security Council. The Security Council
Yeah.
is always is either the Ministry of Defense, the security apparatus, the Ministry of Interior, and other important ministries, including the Ministry of Justice, which is which has the Attorney General, maybe in some cases. After they have been consulted and they have what is happening in the ground, they have the report of what is happening in the ground. It is the role of these ministers to file a report, and during the cabinet meeting, the Minister of Interior will then present to the president what is going on in the country. If there was urgency for that, the minister will then initiate the meeting with the president and then give that report that these are the security factors that are contributing to the insecurity of these particular areas. And the minister by then would have, the minister by then would have mentioned that this is my consultation with the community. This is the reaction from the community. And that's how things work, even where we are. That's how things work. So what I'm trying to say here, the moment we create an overlap whereby you go and jam and expect the wrong person to do the job that is not supposed to be eased, now we become bitter and we push the blame to the wrong guy.
I agree with in a sense, Jack. I don't dispute that. People are being blamed, that they are not doing their job,
Yeah.
and technically that's what we are seeing. But the president himself, did he create an atmosphere where the minister will do his job with no any outside power that directing him to do, in an opposite
So
way?
okay, then if
Like,
I
we
know
don't know.
if I know
So
that
the
okay, if I
question,
know I'm being intimidated, Michael, if I know I'm being intimidated at my job, and I am the minister of particular department, why don't I resign? Why do I need to wait? If I know that I'm a minister of maybe information, I'm minister of interior, I try to do my job. I try to represent my president, and then somebody is telling me don't do that, don't do it like that. Why don't I submit my resignation and resign?
but where are you gonna go? That is where are
You
you
will pay
gonna
the
go? This is the fact. Because what happened? The situation in the country, there's nowhere you can survive if you are not a minister. You cannot survive in the country. There's no salary. There's no
okay.
any other means of survival. So what happened? What do? You know you are not doing anything, but because this is the only means of survival, you sit in the office. Why do I enjoy the
Okay.
privileges?
Then
Why do I
now,
need to resign?
okay,
There's no
okay,
one asking me, so I'm okay sitting in the office. It's my comfort zone. I'm
okay,
getting privilege of the minister, and the
okay.
president is not asking me what I'm doing. So why do I
Then
need to
now,
resign?
then now, uh, then now, Manya Yolu just come join me. Join me. There is a link there. I'm not. I'm not playing with people. I just try to initiate a debate here. Michael, let us
Yeah.
let us be very realistic here. And what you have mentioned is true. Yes, you can
I
then
think
go.
I try to be realistic there
No, no, no,
because
no, no,
I
no,
just imagine a situation
no, no, no.
whereby
Let
I seek to survive. Yeah.
let's come to here. If we are there to survive, the moment you take that I am here to survive, and they call that concept mukumith.
Yeah.
Okay, if you come and say mukumith, now the people of South Sudan think that you are a minister. President Salva Kiir think that you are a minister. But in the Middle Eastern, you have decided to say mukumith. Okay, another thing here is this. Do you know that on Fridays where there is a cabinet meeting, there is always, the ministers go there. Nobody intimidate you there, you can go there. If you know that you cannot push out whatever you want to do, can you change behavior? Like, for example, if I'm in the Ministry of Interior, Can I sit down and talk to the police and tell police that if you find Michael on the road, don't just harass him? Does that take money? Do I need to be talked to by Kiir Mayardit? If I tell people that the citizens of South Sudan don't deserve to be harassed, I don't need money for that. I don't need a direction from Kiir. I just need to have the ability to change the behavior of my institution. Michael, do we need Kiir for that?
Jack, I just you remember I went to South Sudan and I stayed there. I think about almost about a year. I had a good time with Uncle Khalid, and Uncle Khalid gave me a scenario in Jonglei. I know the Jonglei in 2008, the Jonglei in 2012, and the Jonglei in 2014 that have been in both town, and I can just say the difference between
Yes.
this, in these different times.
Yes.
Now, Uncle Khalid gave me a scenario. He gave me a scenario with an example. Someone fetching water. He just get water from a river Nile, send them to the hotel owners. He had 12. Is it 12 jackhan on a push bike?
On a motorbike, yeah.
On a motorbike, on a push bike. One jackhan is I think that's the 20 liters is 10 pounds by that time. So in a day, if he sell 20 jackhan of 20 liters times 10, that is 200. If he manage to make 100, he's going to get 1,000 a day.
Yes.
So Uncle Khalid was asking me that do I need to employ that person? Can he accept to work for me? Because I'm going to give him 300 pounds a month, and he's getting over 1,000 pounds a day. That person don't even need a job from Khalid because Khalid is not going to pay him enough money. He's getting more money. Now people were also cultivating. They come with okra from home. They cultivate. They come and sell it in the market. These people, they don't need job from Khalid because Khalid is going to pay them only 300 pounds, and they are getting more than that. Now the question there, because there was what? There was security in place. There was no issues of insecurity. These people, they have been threatened by the insecurity. They move all to Juba town. Come now to the power of the president. With all the meeting we are saying, with all what the ministers are doing. In the Legislative Assembly, the speaker, do they give members of the parliament a privilege to ask questions, to ask a particular minister? Like, let's just say it about the interior minister, being questioned about what is happening in Juba. Who is controlling Juba? Is that MI or national security or the police? Who is in charge? There should be someone in charge. These three law implementing agencies, they can't be operating concurrently doing one job. They have to be doing different jobs. And in reality, we know they have different jobs. The MI, they got a different job. National security got different job, police got different job. But if you move to Juba at night, who is controlling? There should be one person supervising Juba. So if everyone is sleeping, should anything happen at night, there would be one person question. But when you look at how that thing, the minister of interior and the people in charge of those, they should be questioned.
Okay.
When we go to bed. Huh?
Can we agree that, okay, so that means you are agreeing with me that
no, I'm not agreeing with you in a sense to take a blame away from the president. Uncle Kiddy, I respect him, but I don't want to put in a point that other people. I want to make this point. I want to make this point. Now, there are people like, when someone like me talking, someone may look at me that I'm against, the president. But that's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making here is the powers in the, in the office of the president. The powers is the one supervising. So should anyone not doing his job, we can't take a blame away from him. We have
Yeah.
to give him a blame because he's not supervising. He's the supervisor. So if I'm not doing my job, it is his, the blame goes to him because he's the supreme
No,
power.
I'm not
So
saying.
the
Look,
people who fail to do their job here, whether there are complications within the government structure, we don't know. But which I suspect there
now
are complications within the
let,
government structures.
let's come to this. Let's come. We have seen a case of junior officers getting richer than even the senior one. That's one case. When it comes to the case of take example of the security, as you have mentioned, and the how to protect citizens within the particular town. It always comes down to the level of jurisdictions and who is doing what. And this is why it is very important that we question the capability of those who have been employed. And you know that let's take example, Michael. If we take example in 2005, that the National Security Agency is supposed to be Tema, were you? It's supposed to be an information collecting agency. It's not supposed to be armed in any way. And they are not supposed to be very visible outside there doing their job. But somebody messed that up at the beginning. Somebody messed that up at the beginning. And when you come and tell them now, okay, how can we change this? It comes down also to the recommendation of the ministries. Because I don't think the minister, as a minister, if you are a minister now.
Hello?
Yes, hello? Michael, can you hear me?
Hello?
Yeah, Michael, I hear you. Atem, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm getting you.
Okay. Atem, how are you? Go ahead. The thing is
I'm
not.
okay. I'm okay. I'm okay.
Where are you calling
Yeah,
from?
actually, I'm now in Kampala.
Okay. How are you? How,
I'm okay.
okay, go ahead. And just speak
Yeah,
back a bit. Yeah.
actually, actually, I agree with you. I have been following this argument since when you begin the issue with this guy in this did
Oh,
Kedeng.
the singer, the singer.
Yeah, Kedeng was blaming
the,
he was blaming
the team.
the president of the team because of the failure. And there were a lot of factors there. Okay, and
Yeah.
when you brought in the idea that it is not good sometimes to look at failure from the perspective of the leading person,
Yeah.
so it was very clear. Yeah. So that same thing come to our country. There is a very important point you say there about the youth. Huh?
Mm-hmm.
These they call
The
them senior youth.
the senior youth,
Senior youth.
my age group, and the Lost Boys.
Uh-huh. You
Yeah.
see, there's a problem here in our country. The
Yeah.
problem mostly is ignorant. Okay,
Yeah.
beginning with the people, most of the citizens are not aware. Okay, of their right and
Mm-hmm.
what they need, they expect from the government. You get the point.
Yeah.
So this one here is a challenge. Like even like if you are to see in Sherkat, okay, people
Mm-hmm.
don't know. They don't have that connection even with with the governing body. They are not even aware what is the role of the police and what is the role of the traffic and what is the role of this. And if
Mm-hmm.
this happen, whom should they go to? You get the point.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And if I told that they were really okay connected with the government and they know what they expect from government, for example, the issue of security. Okay, if there are too much Torontos and all this, so it is the right of citizen to concern to talk with the person who is in charge there in Shirkat. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
to ask him why is what is the problem.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and if that person cannot give the real solution, then person can resign. You get the point.
Now,
But instead,
Atem, as you put
yeah,
it, the problem is this. When we went to let us be very honest. You know, when the government of Salva Kiir and the government from Dr. John Garang in 2005, that is the
Yes.
first government without the Sudanese government. That is the first, or maybe after
Yes.
2011, that is the first government in the history of creation that the people of South Sudan have.
Yeah.
So that means everything from how the country is governed is a new thing to us.
Yes.
Constitutional rights in urban areas and individual rights are new things to us. It was the responsibility of the institution then to be able to enlighten the people of South Sudan about how they are citizens and what do these documents that were signed into laws, what do they say about individual rights and the way they can live as members of the society. Coming back again to establishment of suburbs, take example like now in Juba. In Western world, do you know what they do? They establish suburbs based on the census, and they have determined how many people are going to be in that area, what type of police station will be needed, and what hospital will be needed in that area. These things are always done by the ministries concerned, and by that time now they are the people that then take up whatever they are put together to the president. Then we have this mentality. We have this mentality whereby we say because water one no mo ketik by. So create ben la dim bi mo belwel. Na ken mo lwel keti kumetarer by but that is not how government works. Government works that tim yen kede Michael deng yen kede anti yen kede. Then we come back later
Yes.
with the report that this is what I have done in the last 10 years. Eke chirko on cheke yen wo kujal lora anu win the ball pin lora anu ben. You come back with your money and then says, this is what I have done with my ministry. This is what I need money on this area, and I don't need. I need human resource on this area. At that time, you are now doing the work of the president that the president has given you the responsibilities to do. But now, no, it is not like that. Some people are employed, and then they just say, "Let me wait until the
But
president tell
but
me what to do."
Ajak,
Go ahead,
Yes.
Michael.
Ajak, let me put this back to you. Now, that's the reality, and whereby the accountability, there's an environment that the accountability is created that you are accountable to that money being given to you, and what you are going to use that money for. Now, who create that accountability that you are accountable for that? And this is whereby those review come in, because if you are accountable, someone is going to ask you, what have you done? How did you use this money? And then you will come up with new project. Now, you need more money. And what for? What have you done? What you did not do because you did not have money. There's no that feedback. There's no that environment being created.
No, that will be an assumption because the reason why, Michael, the reason why it is an assumption is this. Why is it that if the minister order a car, a B8, he will have it? Why is it, Michael? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Why is it that if a minister order a B8, he can have it? Why is it that if the minister is traveling with the entourage of maybe 10 people, he can have it? Why is it that why is it easy for the minister to have the money to build a house within the time that he became a minister that he could not build at the time when where is he able to get this money, and he cannot get the same money when he went to implement some project within the department?
I'm
Absolutely.
not saying they don't get the money. I'm saying there is no accountability.
No,
So
okay.
whoever giving
For
that
them.
money is
For them.
not
Mm.
requesting
Accountability,
these
accountability,
people to come back and present what
accountability,
they have
Yes.
done with that money.
Mm.
accountability come from the Minister of Finance. Whenever you are submitting the budget of the when you are submitting the budget of the ministry, you then give that budget to the ministry and then put it into one document that become the document. I'm not an economist, but I will give you that. So you give that budget, the budget of the ministry is then brought back. If it is either the chapter 1, chapter 2, or whatever is brought back, and there is developmental money there, then money you are expected at the end of the financial year to have implemented whatever you have proposed as a project. And as a minister, you will come back to report on that. If you have not done that within the year, you have to take that money back. That is where accountability lies. So if the minister is not doing this and the money is spent, it is not the role of the president. It is the role of the auditor general to make sure that at the end of the financial year, the auditing is done. There is an auditor in the ministry, and there is an auditor also at the Ministry of Finance. So I'm just trying to diversify to put the responsibility where it is. And then we come and blame Kir on what we can blame him actually. And the moment we separate this thing, we are going just to blame Kir for everything. But there are things that we need to blame Kir for. But we have to blame ministers
You
for
know,
what they are doing
you,
wrong.
you-
Yeah, go ahead.
yeah. Let me say something. Actually, if you see at yeah, from the point of accountability, if you see every government, okay, and everywhere, even where you are working, there's no employee that can expose his colleague, right?
Yes.
You look you solve the problem in the office, and then you keep it there.
Yeah.
But everywhere, government work under the pressure of the citizen. It is the citizen that say this one is not going right, this one is not going right. Then the government now will check itself. Okay, that pressure now will be the one now that will give the pressure to the government to re-examine themselves. But if the citizen are silent, then what will government do? They will not. So I usually used to say that the problem we see the problem from the top, but it is good to see that what is manifested there at the top is what is on the ground here. You get the
True.
point?
True.
Because
You take
government come,
example now. You take example,
yes,
Tim. If you leave now Kampala to go to Numale,
yes,
okay. I take example. I went to Numale in 2011.
mm,
The building that was the Department of Immigration, that is small building. Until in 2024, I heard that it is the same building that I found in 2011 that is still there. There's no high rise, there's no big building. And how much is the Department of Immigration and Department of Custom getting from Numali?
mm.
Why
Yeah,
is okay? How much are they getting?
and that why I want to bring this point. Hmm?
Yeah.
If you see, like in the West, there's a different approach to education, which is different from Africa. They live about how the structure of the education is, but why do people go to school? If you see in Africa or in our country, we go to school so that you get job, you get,
Yeah.
then you do something that can give you more money. Okay, that is the same thing to people who go to the government or people who are working in the government. You go there to work so that you get money instead of giving service to people, which is, I think, it is contrary to what is uh, to the reason why the West go to school. So now that motivation govern you in your entire life. If you are going there, the purpose, the reason why you're going to government will be the one to determine what you do. If you went there to serve people, then definitely you will give service. So majority of the people actually, as he said before, they are there to serve themselves. You get the point, and their families. And if you are looking in that angle, it will be very hard to see what is good for the public. You will just look at what is good, what is best for you and your family.
Yes.
So
That's correct.
that is
Tim,
one part of
Michael.
mm,
Mm.
Michael, yeah, I'm sorry to say this. Yeah, and, let
mm,
us, yes, there is where we blame Kir Mayardit. But Akor Kubo, we need to be very. I'll take example. If you look at every now and then blame change. You take example now, the Dinka are the one benefiting from the government. That is era and the pagan. And then the other person will go and say, okay, the Baragas are the one benefiting from the government. I was talking with somebody just a few minutes ago before I started this live show. And I was talking about a situation that I had from Warab State. There are people that are suffering in those areas, and these are the area where the government people come from. So it come down later that you don't have to be in a particular region to be the beneficiary of the government of South Sudan. You have to be connected politically to somebody in order to be the beneficiary of what is happening. Another thing when we come now in the Western world in Michael, we are given KPIs. You know that I work Biden for the radio for 10 years. And that radio, one thing that I'm given is that I am given KPIs for a whole year. This is what we are expecting from you, Kenya Jack, at the end of the year or at the end of the financial year. When at the end of the financial year, I come down to meet with my manager. I am then assessed. I am assessed on the merits of what I've done, what I've met. Take example, collaboration is one of the things that I will be tested on. Have you which people among within the department have you collaborated with? How many stories were submitted for award? And all these things that will now then give me the opportunity, my manager, the opportunity to say that, okay, all of what was required of you were met. And now you will have an increase of your salary because that is a token of what I've done. And that is what is expected of us. But but what matters now, first of all, but within a matter of time, you will stand now to have 5 cars escorting him. Maybe 10 to 10 bodyguards escorting him. Now you were sleeping in the house. He moved to the hotel, and he's getting the salary. And at the same time, the government of South Sudan is paying his accommodation at the hotel. And the blame will go to Kir. Where is the money? The money is, why are we accommodating the person that is also being paid? You are getting the payment. We are now paying for your food again. And your wife is already now getting the money. Or maybe your siblings are now they become the employee of the ministry. Can we
But where you
blame?
take the blame now? Where you take
Blame?
that
Okay.
blame?
Okay. The blame will
Because
be
what
to the
happened?
minister.
The
The blame is to the
corruption is
minister.
infested.
Okay.
Now, the
Infested in
corruption
who?
is infested.
In who?
In everybody, like I think put it clearly. I think put it clearly, and I will borrow his word.
Yeah.
If everybody go to the government, not to serve the people of South Sudan, but to serve himself or
Okay.
herself.
So can we change
Now,
everybody? Okay.
that
If
is
everybody
already a
change.
concept of corruption.
But
So now,
if
the
everybody
same
change.
people,
Yeah.
who went there to work, to serve themselves, they are better the same people you expect their accountability. You know, to report back to you and tell them how they use money. It is you, the president. Now, it goes back to you. You're the president. You are the one now to ask how
Okay.
the money being used.
Let's bring in our new colleague here. Hey, hello. Hey, Nega. Who are you?
This is Atem.
At,
I'm from Cairo.
okay. 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 Tim, how are you?
I'm good. I'm fine. Thank you. How are
Okay.
you?
Atem Malone, how are you? How is Cairo?
Um, Cairo is very hot. We are
Okay.
in summer.
Are you studying or just staying there?
Yeah, yeah. I am a graduate of School of Law.
Oh, that's good. At least you will give us something here to.
Yeah,
Congratulations ahead of
yeah,
time.
yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
come
I
in.
just
Contribute. What is
thank you.
happening? What are we doing? What are we
Thank you very
saying
much.
wrong, and what are we saying right?
I wake up in the morning before around 10, and then
Yeah,
I found your post
yeah,
that South Sudanese jump into conclusion without narrating what you are stating on what you are talking about.
yeah,
Yes,
And
hello.
I was like,
Yeah, how are you?
I passed through
Are
the
you looking
comment.
for a joke?
yeah.
No, a joke is not there.
Can you play mute yourself?
Okay, I will meet him. Go on. Yeah,
Okay. So, yeah, I tried to pass through the comment, but I was not convinced on how people approach issues. What is happening in our land? Sometimes it has a lot of factors that contribute to it. Uh, It is not only attributed to the presidency or the government itself,
Yes.
but there are natural calamities and some of the things that we make by ourselves as the citizen of South Sudan.
Yes.
You know, sometimes I do disagree with the government on the issues of law and regulation.
Yeah.
At the same time, you know, the people of South Sudan, we are what I can attest to that we are law-abiding people traditionally, even though we, but what we lack is the sanitization. You know,
We're
when we
talking.
gain our independence, as you put it before, that
Mm-hmm.
the government of Salva Kiir is the first government since the creation to the people of South Sudan, and since it is the first government, it give government some works to do toward the citizen. One of it is to sanitize or to educate the society about the law
Mm-hmm.
and the duties that are supposed to be followed by the citizen and the jurisdiction of the government. But when you see now, you will find people mixing things. There are things that you need to do by yourself, if you go and blame government. There are things that government are supposed to do, you go and put yourself, knowing that you will never provide the solution. Coming to the rule of law and the governance, you know, government is a body that makes policies. We all know that. And when you go, like for me, I hail from Journalistic. In 2020, before I came here, almost 90% of our state was submerged by water.
Mm.
And that water came like a curse to us. But most of the intelligence used from our state take it as a challenge. And they also get advantage from it. Most of the people were moved to Ireland, the southern part of Bor County. Some of people reside in Botown, and most of the area from northern part of Bor County fishes were submerged. And you know what the youth did? They engaged themselves in a salt fishing business. Most of them make it. They have wives. Some of them have cattle. Some have cash in the bank. Others are carrying business. This is the role of the citizen. And this role of the citizen can never be effective if it is not backed up by the government. One, the government must make environment be conducive, providing security, something to do with trade. Like we are members of East Africa, some of the traders have been mistreated now. You see, when you take your fish to Congo, you are blocked by the government of Uganda that you are not supposed to pass. And the East African Treaty, the Free Trade Treaty, talk about the free movement of goods and services from any East African member state. Should the citizen do that? No, it is the work of the government to talk to the East African community. Good enough, we are lucky. Our president is a chair of the community. Our minister is the chair of the council of ministers. So should our youth raise their complaint? It can easily be ratified because we're the one holding the power of the East Africa, and we are the one to interpret the law to any East African member state that may disobey or may go contrary to what the law says. This is the work of the government. Coming to the to how things are managed at the government level, you know, uh, like what happened in Kenya. Somebody may not give an example of what happened in Kenya to happen in South Sudan. No, but the government, especially the presidency, is the final person. Should anybody make corruption, it is him to fire because you know we have a system where president being a minister and removed. So it is easily to identify the corrupts. If president himself is not part of what is happening, like you see today, you are corrupt. The president can have the power to question you, and when you are fired, you are taken for accountability. But that's not the case. You may take a government institution today, you go and involve in corruption. President realize tomorrow he remove you, then you are set free. You go and endeavor your
I, what happened to it?
presidency
Okay, I think okay. It went blank.
during your time. So it is something very, very unfortunate. So,
Yeah,
like for example, what is
Atimala,
happening? Somebody talk about this.
Atimala,
Yes.
I'll take you back a bit. And first of all, thank you. I'll take you back. Because you have
mm,
good enough is that you are a graduate of the laws, and you have you have touched something that I wrote in one of the thing, but I'm yet to publish it. Use of word sensitization. I'll tell you a story. And maybe in 2005 you were a kid, you were young. You know
of
the
course,
first,
I was
yeah,
less than 10 years.
okay. The first constitution of South Sudan was signed. The interim constitution of South Sudan was signed on the 5th of December 2005. That was the first interim constitution. And
Mm,
then we that was our Dr. John Garang Musolium, and we were dancing. President Kiir signed a constitution, and we were dancing. Do you know what people says? Apia diango yaga dear.
mm.
Go lola bankire lunga chitan. Go karga ba waba mu ware ke werga. Ye yung karga ba waba mu ware ye krika waja ba ba we buko mo itok tok. Where? Well, lola, yeah. Okay. Now I am not a student of law, but I made one thing. I started to study about because ke karbala thin sensitization. I started to study much about what CPA say, because out of the comprehensive peace agreement, this is where the interim constitution of South Sudan was driven out of that, and this is where the structures were set up, especially the legal structures from the judiciary, the Ministry of Justice, and then this is where now the state constitutions were then drafted in 2006. And one of the argument that was made in 2006 was that South Sudan is not universal when it comes to how they manage themselves in terms of customary laws. So what will be done is that all the 10 states must come together to deliberate or to make a deliberation on their own laws, because in Western Equatoria they are agriculturists. In Jonglei State they are cattle keepers. So how they rule their own communities is totally different. That is how the 10 constitutions were drafted and later made to be the 10 constitution of the 10 states. And then it was expected that after 4 years, the concept of the decentralization of even of the judiciary will take place. And this is where now you will start to move the powers of the judiciary from the national government to the states. And then now incorporate, and the harmonization of the customary laws and the statutory laws was to take place. Leading to that, it was then said sensitization will be the first thing. The translation of the documents into the local languages. That means the
Yes.
constitution and the penal code will then be explained. If the constitution, if the article on this particular constitution says this, in the constitution says this, and this is the act, a parliamentary act that has been enacted. On here are the statutes that have been written by the parliament. Then what will the citizen who is living in the rural area, how will these laws manage that person? That was the argument.
Mm.
Nobody pick up on that. Nobody pick up on that. So it become nobody pick up on that, and I don't think that will actually be the work of the president. It is supposed to be the work of the department that
Yes.
are supposed to be able to ensure that, to understand the role of the judiciary in the country, to understand the role of the Ministry of Justice in the country, and to understand the role of the law enforcement agencies who make the interpretation, who apply, and who enforce. Now, Kaka Kiro law, they didn't happen. Why? Because of and there was a scenario when in Boertown about a few years ago. Lawyer era la yoga chari go ran threaten kulele yena no molana ima maiman. Go ran lele ano molana yima maiman. na cho la yo go le malana che malana tol ke ma che ko yede o ke ran ba era ne long de ko le ra ne long ke malana is a lawyer is
Because
he a
mighty.
judge ye yi mai de we yo chare go le bi mai de e bolis bi chol ku le ba mai go bolis ben go mere chok che chok mar malana pana bolis the mere chok malana how is that malana is a lawyer that defend case and the case must and by the way I became involved in this and I have to be very
Yes.
very serious in to this Molana Kulala. Why are you abusing your own profession? You don't
Yes.
have any legal powers to threaten another citizens. You can only you may have legal knowledge of what you have learned, but you can only threaten a person by suing them, and when the judge then confirm whatever you are alleging against them, that is where the law comes in. It is the law that arrests people, but not your degree. You're looking at the vulnerability of our people in Atem. Because they are not
Yes.
sensitized, they don't even understand their own rights. And abol is be se jinu ka sa kalelo kulo kuluru se police se jini. In ka chinda man tin you look at the cases in Botown and other places. Civil cases in ka nyana ali pound. Kaya loku kida ko ala na lwal ku machen. Na jala ti kulele what kind of law is that? What kind of law, what kind of crime you have committed? Why am I being arrested? This is a civil matter. Why is the civil matter become a criminal matter? So you find that citizens are suffering because somebody don't understand something. Is that a problem of Kiir Mayardit?
Yes.
Kiir is not a lawyer to understand.
Okay,
Go ahead.
okay, okay, okay. Mr. Ajak, thank you very much.
Molon ko na jadi kana.
Uh,
Molon yang kerja ada. Ya, kena yang gay ina jaka aneng wetu nangin. Oh, jala tem. By the way, kichaga lwe inga tande. The problem in South Sudan is lack of knowledge. I Bible is clear my people. Chito because of because of lack of knowledge. That thing applicable to the situation in South Sudan. But ajalo ting ya dang. Ke wole buku this judiciary or Ministry of Justice. Alibu blame because I can not inform. But if you are to see also in South Sudan, one this problem, okay, one problem with knowledge. Chirman this live stream table thinking, okay, is something very important. But you can just see now how many people are here. Okay, that is the same thing. If there is a program when it's supposed to be sanitized about how low content low jala kadang, people are not interested. There's no love. Okay, love of knowledge live with our people. Again, a problem. Secondly, woko away people who are also informed, owning that fear. You get, we are in a dilemma between the knowledge we have kujala our community, because our community actually is structured in a way na chogoda ngi we into kira to pinkin che the polba yating kirmana randa muting wo in this in this life show le bele yung jo ya tim la ler te chirten yating eh una lo el grenga le rana kuro mikela yung lo bi yating so can a problem ware ja lo le ko ko manifested it clearly manifested uki ya lo ware ya lo le ke support bu lo ina temology ke cho leadership is support bu lo ya ke re ke ko ji in a west I think you see confident people by because na era ni opkirio dar wo ben ti ri ko che leadership cherry kirmane ware and thing in chirkat okay owning a lot of challenges okay owning a lot of challenges even this issue greater bor a chen factor because greater bor Louis said war ben ko toroki ku ben problem address ku ka ke ni ke lo ke at that association a che ke lo che yen okay if it is not functioning or a functioning ka chen issue wo to go doman ko community okay or ko so Sudanese so it's a pobu nang a way forward ko we use on how to solve or how to help our people.
Kira loy ka tim ku ba tim alon jalben kibra loy ka ya ina tim ke
Mm. Mm.
you know why
Chotul point.
okay yep
Chotul point. Wana ja lugulu in state, okay? But we will focus on our differences. Because there are problem here in Chirkat, okay? There are problem here in Chirkat. Ku problem to in Chirkat. Aluo face go way tui ku bor ku duk because our majority there.
hmm
Now, na chu pi wo jam wo chia inform, okay? Ke ni nyir kai ko yen ka page. Ke ni we da ma ko yen ka ke kake kini chile bo conference loy ko this community in this area, isn't it? Chile buku na a structure le buku bay le this problem be ke handle jati I wa ke chube lo I association ke for community association ke tree association ke do those association, okay, achin that center because randu achile be ka bor community chile la jamu le yen kena yile or I don't me do be che kru ka chi mi ke kran ke tree achi kala kran una ken tree lo kemi ga da nga e kran a chia risk for them big jale ke ni jating it's a for buku nang chirkat use association, okay, or buku nang association to chirkat lui problem to in that area lui ke handle at least be a direct to naning polling to ten ka be a ti lui yong en kani
na
mo chen kani yele yong chen kani
ke kora
jating
loy ka tim ke kora loy ke let me
eh
just go back tim te be ban ke kora loy ke let us go into this thing like this there is one thing that that you need to understand and that is in regard to what you are saying. You know, sometimes we make decisions that will affect people in 50 years, 100 years down the line. And see, I don't know whether you have been to Kenya. Chelo, Kanto, Kenya.
no
Okay, na chato Kenya, there is a place called Kibera, Kujala te Chol Madare, Kujala Hancock. I think somebody made a poor decision many years back about these areas. And settlement in urban areas, in urban areas like Juba, it's not supposed to be communal.
absolutely
It is supposed to be part of the town planning, and that the area that is now, take example, whether you are talking of Gumba or Cherkat is supposed to be part of either the greater Juba, or it is supposed to be the city council within Juba. And that
yeah
mean the services from the sewage system to police and all the town planning benefits will have to come to this suburb as part of the major city. That means you are Kenya Timkwa Jack, you are only considered as a resident of that particular area. You are not considered from a certain tribe. You are considered as a resident, and but the benefits that are coming to you are governmental benefits. And then now you become a contributor to the economy if you are either paying the rate or the land, whatever, the land taxes. This mentality of saying that you are taking a village to town, not village, you're taking a village to town, it is actually a process that is supposed to hinder the development of the people, and that will even create a slum 20, 30 years down the line. You're looking at actually the creation of a particular slum there. Because if you are bringing a population that are not, that is not, the majority of the people are not working, you are producing a generation, a myth, you find that in whether you moins borrow a moins two or you whatever to wherever you ban in lui, kuina ngir ka di. Ina ngir ka di, I give that example na ngir ka di jona ngir ka datam. Yen in lui kumande na lui. Ananga ken kor ke every end of the month yen ke nyi they will not want to live like other kids that like ngir ko wenchen what will they do then? They will go and see where to get
Yeah.
benefits. Abugo kenero. Kachin mo bi kora le mo bi en bidil choy
Yeah.
tabun. Kuna chimendu lo bena le inetik.
Yes.
You may react in the first place. You may react in the first place in yoga
Mm.
wokeno in the first night. In yoga wokeno ala kucha champion.
Mm.
But the following night, can
Mm.
then it become an habit. Ke woka bakacham. You will now start to take that
Yes.
and you don't know where your child is going. So mana to
Mm.
that particular community is going to be very, very a victim of is going to be a victim of how things work in the town. So atemala inbar could
Okay, thank you. We were to wait a month of pay cover temper by low mix up can to one young.
mm.
In a jack could jala in a tem mabil could jala listeners. You know this topic we will discuss in one of the crucial topic we in a jagging but requested we are finding another time when
Okay.
we jam the impact of
Especially the
Ben community die.
topic doing a very good. Yeah, I need to talk with you here and other lawyers as well.
Okay, well
Mm.
them and bugu jabe kor kuka ben wabe jamtin. Another thing, you know, I will try to touch on the issue of the impact of moving our communities into town. Kujala impact of residing in town in this in terms of communities and all this.
Mm.
When you go to Juba, Ajak, you will find that there are areas chicken inhabited by the certain communities. Chiman balom and anong tidang chom morkwao to a referendum ko.
I wanna
Anong
the cow.
dang chom nong
Ah,
de
well,
chom apodit. Nong
okay.
te chom apodit.
Hey, you're looking.
You will yeah you will come down to yi chwe chuk
Eh,
ato tungpin.
ka gargan. Well,
Ah,
eh,
chwe chuk yirul. You will
okay.
also come to yeah. I places yan ko ganyu tinu ko madmong but I
Mm-hmm.
jala ulu name ya. The same baban chirkad one. Chuman baban chirkad in le bagan ko yoga chiga chak anong tidang chol patio anong tidang
I
le
got it.
bachi yin
Bangade, okay. No.
ah
Eh,
eh eh eh
eh,
chir fakir.
chirikin.
Sometime you may find other places. Chuman on you know where like you no ya mara chol ti manyi di fi Nairobi.
Okay.
Anong mara dan chol ton kwat.
Eh,
All these things only thing I think we
eh,
call to zima man amara shots on kwaria doi ping ekere wet ke paker
kada. Ato progressive.
aiwa ku timani dia kaman aya
Eh.
dwar I think all those things agato aga kon we lost boy on che we wichin ala mat ku ba communities ba ya kon
Uh,
gan be ke gretin so all these things in a jack sometimes is good in one way and is not good in the other way. Number one, yeah preaching it is contrary to the life of town because in town your neighbor is your brother
mm-hmm.
and kuyenke your relative uh, contra to what we are doing currently in the baran lawo yo korera ko community talk ku na non ka dan lwel ka kamat ka gani the other community but actually you will not find time to gossip about other people ekena eketo le ban law enforcement agencies of Sudan. Even if police kujalana na security. I think you heard about scenario. No, you on Facebook mana daga one of the police officer achila mer go nyama igola tat. Bela ben be. Bela ben be get tat. Kukile yen. That you wanted to arrest. I don't know about the history, but I really know one of the suspect chikar go nyama kor bela dom gola tat. Keta ban. And I heard he was
No,
one
no,
of the
because
people who.
there is this perception when they reckon they were in a climate. There is this perception
Mm,
nature created there colony lo yo chimana de yen. Yeah, ki inter institutional relationship, especially in the achi akor be ko chimana de yen, police can arrest monjej. Police can arrest a security officer because the police are in a law enforcement agency. If there is a warrant or there is a nankara law, you are driving carelessly on the road, or you are you drinking and you are doing things that are not right. The police has that right to arrest you regardless of what power you have. But then there is a perception that was created that ma mumkin police can yeji sajin ala asakar. Where did they get that? Ake nalo be braleu. Yeni na tem ku chala duchen ke karbalwele kendi. Ke
Mm.
karbalwele yen you know our communities our South Sudanese we are sometimes and yet you can join yes there is a link there. Kawa South Sudanese sometimes you know we don't pay attention to we are a reactionary community. We only react to things after they have happened.
Yeah.
But we don't study the implication of what we are doing now. You take example in Kirkat, you come and sit as a community. Do you know that there is a time that when the government that will come and the government will looking at the radius of the city of Juba, the city councils will enact laws that will then take the responsibilities of the area that you live in. Number one, they have the right
Mm.
to do the town planning again. They have the right to implement laws
Yeah.
that will actually move some certain areas. Take example now in areas that just give them 10 years, 15 years from now. And areas in this area, in
Mm.
those areas that will have stadiums, and areas in these areas that will have a school,
It is clear what
school.
you are saying here.
Yes, and
Anything that can, yeah,
there are areas
anything
that
that
are
can
going to
remove
be
people from
developed
there. Yeah.
for the well-being of the people of residents in that area. The government is
Yes.
going to change policies, and those policies. Another thing also, the government that will come in the area is going to do one thing one day to Lekang Ben. Whether
Sorry,
you are
I was out of network.
okay, whether you like it or not, 50 years from now, there are going to be laws, and the laws are going to say, how did you acquire the land that you are living in? When the judicial
Yeah.
process is going to be, and listen to me carefully, when the judicial process is
Mm.
going to be very accurate, and that the citizens who define themselves as the indigenous of that particular area that you are in, they now see that they have a right, that the constitutional right is going to be protected by the institutions in the country. They will sue you, and they will sue, and it is
Mm.
happening now here in America, in Australia, and in majority of the areas. They will sue you, and if they win the case before the court, you will be
Mm.
displaced. Take it from me. You will be
Yeah.
displaced if you don't have good document now. So na ye ko kwan le ku le we pianga ke yaga dai pinga man tin. The only thing ben ye chu ga dai ping lekin ben ko bu ben. Okay, nobody
So
can write.
so
Lot
ke
to we do ne malo.
uh,
Yeah.
okay. So ke chira lo in a jang deng ujala we listeners. Riara chira tira an ben go. Ko riara chia connections. Ache jurisdiction. And I na no connection. That why in a ping ne. I was surprised. Jan below a lawyer will arrest you. Okay, you being a lawyer and you arrest, and then after arrest, what happened?
What is the case?
Because
What is the
somebody
case?
can arrest anyone, but the case is the main thing.
Yes.
Mm.
Like you cannot go and arrest someone without arrest warrant. Could will that and a lawyer or belong for it. The first thing to be asked is where is arrest warrant? Arrest warrant that which in duration chart expected to kachi
Ache
lawyer
valid.
level reject sometime.
Mhm.
Okay, so in Chiran.
Mm.
So I have to agree that number one, the problem where people are illiterate. Ko
On the job network lawyer. Ko network. Network is getting worse. tim lo twen
ayen ayen
atim
go wati da
atim ti
go wati
network.
da tem ayen ngita ne kan ina jak so issue lan eting kadang juba ta ne issue because ko ke nang pinya ken gam da do big pin tem okay ku be policies won ke te ko ben ga lan ben ga tem tin be ga ja kadang yating so pinya lo ro ke nge lom ro de kin la lom ti chan ya number 2 you know ke ting e chol kadang tribalism or ke ting e chol okay like yeah let me say tribalism okay
Mm.
e chal ken ngi yating
Mm.
the more shina expose in ke the more yin ya flexible bare ron ko bana ken konto ba kon ba lia won ko ke ya ber hard ba la nyu ti won chi chin ke ngi tin chating chaga yin ma ni na ja ku lo pan won chin kini ko la tin win chin in chin knowledge about that place ke de kon tem ba nyu ti na ra won cha non ngi in the same thing here our people are ga jel ko ju ja ga jel bai big madina so ya ber hard beran bala chirman bala lo belan lo gra lo bravo ba ko to te na ku ke ku yit ni chenga dia chingi chating killing the barrier so akene yi but as time goes suppose yes because big inform go ganang other plan na ja ane pa ndu chirka okay it's okay but you should plan ahead okay that is inga kriya kan but konte ke yan kiti bai ena na daga yin marer ko iten there are challenges we go face kuka ki ache ga labi ke ma yar ga so okay
No,
aga wolle bi ko ito
atim ma yego lumene
mm
malwele la.
yes
Okay,
mm
let's take example. Inba anang example pia chalom ne chema na association na palingen penman just pay attention to
yes
in the last few years anang kenya
mm
chalwel communal association ke kalu growing.
yes
Na cha yin ben pal penyen ben man now man jem wo ko benang tribal media as well.
yeah this
Okay,
this
come
is how
come
it is
ango
mm
man aloke nang tribal
mm.
football association here.
yes
Akor benang tribal and communal music union. Na
yes
kor bala loin dola la ka kor ka de dil nang soccer team kuna jale ti ku lo okay.
mm
Yen yi lo sukule just to narrow your brain to this particular village.
mm
Okay, now lo yelwe ku lo okay, what are the think tank? If there is an take example that you take example now you got a skill bago loin dol chaman maybe you come pro another anti ben a one more kwa another anti ben wow another anti ben twiji is another anti ben we
mm
when these individual abilities to be able
mm
to look at things in a very welcome back Malone in a perspective that
Okay.
benefits one person one more than
mm
one person
and
so
yeah
and then the society one of the thing is this pan if you are creating a suburb chamanania you are
mm
looking at the question number one why are the youth out what is it that they are
mm
missing do they have the place that they are able to play together do they have access to employment and if we don't have this access if they don't have access to employment what are the alternatives can we recruit them into the local police and can we recruit them into the army and if that is the way
mm
can we make them productive members of the society and
yes
the moment you don't see that, can now you create a ghetto out of everything. Because take example, Germany
mm
Chirkate, Ablo Kulura Bill,
mm
Manatu Yen
mm
come on, Twi Ablo up to Tom on Twin that thing, Mon Bora Blag up to Tom on
yes
board that thing, Mon Yarwang Blag up
yes
to Tom on. Now me I could then
then mo nyaron
rivalry group abroad created. This is how you build a ghetto. Kuku kaka abijalo in
yes
Dulkuleke youth cap. Now where
mm
the yakuma ben notin and ankdin pana kawaja pana America a chol black on black crime a che ki bolit coin e ke yen wakan pole ten ba we yitu cha to ko cha ngoyen de ko wela diaw this weekend go berge diaw the other weekend because when I wrote balang don you cannot get my yadi
mm
cannot come and help you because you don't want to be
and help you
helped and you are not
yeah
setting yourself up in a way that you can
Yes.
survive alive in a
You don't
modern
know
town.
point. You know? Yeah.
These are the things that we need to discuss. Kalweran, Chimon Kawaja Yogala on Atim,
Mm.
Iran, Chol Jackson, you can buy it. Now you come to Australia, well, you coming to Australia to discuss who has stolen your cows. How is that
Mm.
going to help you in Australia? So, so how is that going to help you? So you take example now.
Yeah.
Monya dola la juba la cherkat or moñ pichere or moñ kukala
Mm.
ala jam ake ne pati o gor ake ne temping e ye to ni war ku ye ne
Mm.
ba ga cherkat kwa chi kurba ke a chi la
Yeah.
temping ba ke ne temping bela juire temping go and sit in temping jura ke ne temping or jura
Mm.
ke ne pati o lo na korba jam panapil then go to panapil and go and
Mm.
discuss the board of panapil ke into panapil you will know that you are in your ancestral land and you are saying a right thing. But now to then
Mm.
develop a mentality whereby you can say either Baranto Chirkat,
Mm.
but develop as a citizen that will live in urban area. Yongubi face me up
Mm.
from the ancestral people of the land 50 years down the line because
Yes.
Kirmayadi Richibeto Runkoketedi or
Mm.
Akuma Kira Chibeto
Mm.
Runkoketedi. Akuma Jedita Benko
Yeah.
Akuma Jedita come with different policies. If I tell you and
Yes.
I did Tongben, and I did it
Mm.
when I left Tongben in 1983. Now ye coin a
Yeah.
because de like in Tongben yen a yurthin. That's where my uncle
Yeah.
used to live. My uncle used to facilitate those things. So panda to Tongpen
Mm.
matar tokatan. Now did we get it back
Mm.
where do work? No, we didn't get it back. So yen
Yeah.
akuma era war kwa kuma chirmanetin. And if you don't if you make poor decisions at the beginning, you will regret. Koi le
Mm.
chidai Gambela can see that. Koi chidai Hancock. So tangiang malabdung whether back from Upper Nile or you are coming from Warap or you are coming from Rumbek. Aye korba nyi
Mm.
chimana de yen pinyu kwar chen
Mm.
kwar thiotin. Chimana wete chen baba di thiotin
Mm.
kuloran ku yenom. Ke katung bro loimia. Ele bakanto ku badiel we penye. Because that is where
Mm.
my ancestral connection is. So ka keben tan ko
Yeah.
kon ke biga pagan ko. And now look jala lwela no ngichira lawyer Ben Kir Mayardit is not protecting people. Bekir will be
Mm.
protected today ka in pay pinyiran.
Mm.
Lula do be loin dol ku ler ku tom yik 2 years man ku ngem de denji. Ku ler abai. Ku lo ku
Mm.
ku lor le lor dur ku
You
lor
know,
lo
you
ku
know,
tom
you
pinyiran ku lor
know.
abai. Yeah. So we have to look
Mm.
at 50 years from now or 20 years from now when we are gone, the generation that we are setting up now, they are going to be victims
Mm.
unless when we pay close attention to things.
Ina
Go
ja
ahead.
ina
Jalo
ina
Malay.
ja kana ya le. Ya ya lo ya lo te chene ya utin e kra uni lo le. Yen ko ga ko kran ko conflict ngi. Chating. Ayan lo le ken ya le bas. You know, because pin no mangi. I think in to in the west, okay? If someone
Mm.
target you, ya better kran. In a civilized world, a chain pia bu ko to we ka je ngia ko ka chain a
Mm-hmm.
chedi in so many, yeah, yeah,
Is a bad kind of very
a
dangerous.
very bad completely.
Mm.
So kapia ya lwele na de in junub Sudan, yes. Koja tirut, but koja nguru kilo that level, you know. But that one open. So
Ma
achi
ay
pete kan.
go tong le ware ay tong le ba
Mm.
ware tim war ba
Mm.
ku auka
Mm.
ba ine ment no in.
I'm going to pay.
Okay. Aba go okay.
Yeah,
Ye chir wala ye no.
I know.
Okay. Jal go lumela war.
Mm.
The
Mm.
closer that na ga war ka ai da bay na to ano tene ka badil ni na ye pa na nyon. E ka dilo ko tung tuen
Mm.
kor bi ja bi ko kan ko te le ni ga. E ba ai da ba che
Mm.
ngwen pa na nyon te na chala riron pa kwe wala chala riron pa la okay yen ke how far you can go or pandu. Na chak
Yes.
ti pin la pa ba lang pan ko nyang tangkir ka chin ki jotin ba la ga
Bala
betitin.
already.
Because men do ko
Yes.
be ni ale ko chi. But look at this.
Kwachi.
Now
It depends, yeah. In
yeah,
Bena Negro Road, yes.
kay
Uh-huh.
ting man ko bro lo ke imbra ko yogo te cerkat pinja yu we
mm,
plot ran to ku inang mit gadi na mi ale
mm,
gati ke yen
yes
by the time le
anga
men
chi
du
beto
len ti ke men ke ba yen mangre mana du
mm,
men du na belo indulo bo penya bela yu mangre kulo
mm,
men tuk le pinyong
ki
ngangala ber ke ya kwan
ah
tok na
chi beto ya
okay
ki
kalo
ya le ki ya le ki ya le ina jak these
yeah
are kaka ai ka ke damandan ku kai ka ai fear when iran when ngoi aka yengerio jati
mm
because getting like banang eyes to see things some of the things Chirumanity think like foreigners are in the country and their policy. Chirumane like if you see at market chicken control. Kaya ya grang rape grang darpo jala ja Somalin. I
mm
ben okay. Kuduaranang policy na nanga jinga che yen penye room. Yating. If you go there to Belo, Chiruman Juba town or Konyo and even if you have money and you want to rent a shop, it's impossible open by you. Because of that policy. Okay, these people are living nang because these same people here nang problem because ko ka ajinang that connection. Okay, because ko ka ke yen pin so ake ko in business gonna ke
mhm
ka ke the same people kadang ake putting ke igala cham ko ake ke produce chatting. There
mhm
are a lot going there. If you see the level of utility okay, there's a lot of problem with the so kuka ki if you na lwel ba jam ke
kalwel
achin
kene
proof le ba ja nyol ko ni tande yeah chi le ba gam na ne ne lo ro yene ke changde eh
we
a lot of
chakal
things ale
ma
bu lo
kwenda
ko
ma
achin
ma jana ngide lo wono polo the people ma ngode ma kudwa
Yeah, Jamin. I'm Jamin Ajak because I've been down here at the comment section for too long. But I can't do the area because in Chapi currently. So I
lakini
can't do
pia
the area.
makara pondi ata ni ale telepundu ka dil to pinyin pia ngare
Okay. Now, okay, but you know, in a Jack on this show. The show began from a very along the topic where the goal
yeah
routine, and then
go
now
back
it
there
has come down. A
achira
roller
go back
narrow
there
now.
go back
Okay, in
there
Pingane.
yeah inang that opportunity go back to ko korba bear but I'm there to answer you
Okay, now ke you go again. Ke ka ba lwel ke. Now as long it has come now, la ben ma to kuma ne te ber we ko ber we lwel.
eh
But ka you know or something that concern the government of South Sudan
eh
is a duty of every citizen because as long you got the right as a citizen to participate concerning the issues of governance,
eh
can everybody contribute to the success of a state and a failure to the state. Okay, so
yeah
I tell them this one have to be blamed on one person
good
and it has no we blame on so and so. So
mhm
kito ana ko yang with that so has done this and so has done this, okay?
eh
But Kilorod, within the system of governance, the crisis of South Sudan we are in currently is not the same as the crisis of 2013. Okay?
mm eh
It's not the same as the crisis of 2013. Why? It's because the government that is currently in Juba governing the people, they're too huge. Okay?
eh
For example, see the government of Article. This government of Article, how many ministers in it? How many MPs? How many vice presidents? Okay, I could go over there.
mm
So the life have to be what? Now, the civil servant of 9 months that they are not paid for 9 months.
mm
Kachilu blame on one person. But if we were having a politician, the real politician that knows the living condition of the people, then we would have not incorporated this very big government of Article having five vice presidents. Okay?
mm
So, then, is that this issue, actually, we blame on one person. Why people blaming it on so and so? We are contributing to it.
no
Now,
yes
the case currently,
mm
that for even a way that people are inhabiting Juba or Juba. Juba, I think when I think I have a desire now to come to town, but everybody is leaving the village either by two issues. A natural calamities, like especially in jungle estate. ake be a bor cake, right?
Mm.
Koko ake be to get two. Now, Lord, other side of the Bargazal region, Koko ake be a bor cake. In a choke, the Koko ake be insecurity cake or some other opportunities they was in a other part of Bargazal region. Below the bay, I think Koko in the Equatorian side. Monjang or other Nilotic tribes have one major opportunity when they are doing settlement. Okay? When they are doing settlement, Nilotic tribes are new part. Okay? Achira ankor bla new very far place ayi ngal wel bin yuti chok la war bien pandene war yen chenga ti gere kwetke. So
Mm.
this is the issue. Kwachi de Monjang or other Nilotic tribe that have come or other tribe that have come to Juba, korga bi cheng in a way korpion anything. But a situation, the natural way how they stay, how they coexist, I am quite Juba was not open up. I'm going to be you of a lot of land. Okay,
What are the implications
I'm
of
going
that?
to be
What are the implications? What are the implications of what in an urban area?
in camping do
Okay.
by
Aya
you thing
lwela
of it.
la
Do be no in a jam.
eh
Ki ajalo la kiten. Actually, that one ekran is like because we know identification, okay, attachment, okay.
mm,
The work of education is to attach yourself, okay. That's why anything like na japi ki in roge in kebeto tanwa rin to ki yen, okay.
uh,
That's why you can have connection with other people because you don't build the things in the same way you can be one. But ki ajalwel, we cannot change the fact that these people are staying in one place and they will be there, okay,
no
until that time beke ngi. But
ke
problem lui ka face ki ya lwel ki ja cho ready
mm,
problem je ka face man ya ke support how do we solve the problem na lui ka targeted are they staying in that area ku lui ba lwel tong je lui ka targeted tara man ya ting na ga jo ya ga ting e ka le big nang problem because if you are to see in Juba there an hotel da lo okay okay kiti chen ka luwa tin ti ga je attracted ku ke I ship okay kuna lo jo lo lu yete na ba lwel there must be something fishy here. So ANP be mi ga bai ko je pi okay big nang at least big nang at least service big ka lo secretly be ke those places big ka
no
examine like al
ma
kirma
kira
na ning
loy ke
hotele. Mm,
kira
mm,
loy ke ina tem ma kira jam, and this is where
mm,
this is where policymakers come into, or those who have people that they
yeah,
represent. 'Cause then there is an implication of, take example in geographical realities of, take example,
mm,
Anchilo in Dolanchilo
mm,
up Kirkat, Nachala
yes,
up Kirkat or Anchi up Tungping. Am I
uh,
represented again by the same member of parliament that represent me in my
yes,
village, or no?
no,
In
yes,
logical terms, you are not represented by. Take example, I come from area,
mm,
Malengalier.
mm,
Uh, that mean when I am in Juba, am I represented by the same person? No, I am not represented by the same person. I'm represented by the person that has the responsibility of the
that
area
one that place,
that own the place.
yes,
And this is
mm,
whereby now my issues have to be channeled through that person. And I don't think that
yes,
nor those who are making those decisions, there is this mentality of goodbye to not him.
mm,
Biden, do you know that we are the least community that don't know how to channel our problems to the system? Chairman, for
mm,
example, now we have a lot of young people that are having a very serious cases of mental health. One and a lot of young people that one and a lot of people
yes,
that are going through a lot of depression. But for us to come and
mm,
have an argument of trying to let the state and the government service, particularly help us and with our own input,
mm,
kawa nang bigger hand kulel ku, okay, this is what we are doing. Lakini na kuma, we need you now to add the 30% on top of it so that it works. It doesn't work that way, Aliu. So we wait until a certain situation happen. You take example of Australia, and I started talking about parenting. in 207.
Mm.
Kuke leko jelwela midangore ke koromantin. Let us do a program, respite
Mm.
program, bunang what they call diversion programs, and anong techen menda wailoi, kadoy ku
Mm.
dom ku lo ku bi ku bu betaw ka ko yi. Bo ban ku bo ku pie ku le ku jai ku le ku yen menda chu pie ka ko. So yen nanong because ka yi ka waja lauten. A chu pie 3 months nanong ku yin ku certificate. Nanong to be not dropping the case against him because now he's improved member of the society. Yen anang ka be chopping. The judge will agree with that.
Network there again.
The judge will agree
Network
with that. Yeah,
network there. Let me change location.
dipping, eh?
Yes, continue.
Yang a chebe ping. Ajaran chebe ping a yen and awar
Let me change
man ku
location.
jalo kra loga jalo le. Ya yong nang mi ko yin ye chu ay yong nang mi ko. Ay so okay. Ku na lo ku le la lo ku che man to ko je. Ya wo to man wo to chirkar ku kir ma yari de chu yin panakim. Yen if you have built a place in a way that you are not able to make an argument to the government that this is what I'm contributing and I should get this back because if you are paying taxes to the government, uh, 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 Madul, that is a very naive question. Why don't you know it? Why don't you know it? That's a very naive. Uh, Malo lot. Paul Mator.
Okay. Hey, na jak I think anche an we
Banyajak.
ba ko wana
Yeah.
anong anong classes yen ba kala ten pa after 1 hour.
Okay.
Yen ke bera loy yen discussion apia da pa kuman pia ten we will find time to separate issues of national important with the society issues
Yes.
when we get time to talk about them because kakon ka nang ikaji ku you know a jak pinya chi betung a time our time now kind of time of our fathers anong ka we went to getting and we have that challenge of making sure that I am a crag kay lul kay nga e de nga book panana mo tin ma yar jol de nga book
Mm.
alwel to be in pin nom kin ya nga ga cha wandu but I jam andu be dong ya nga ka wandu iran met kan
Mm.
so man chen wa kan ya non ka non issues when society lo affected we cannot correct when chila twen but it's our
Actually,
duty to make sure we ben chen
actually, I didn't eat and a little ngula baby to be bio ku berge ati ke to cham.
yeah so kana so ka ina jak ka for our engagement ko an che anang anang video cha ko yun ya dur ko ko lan chi la United States
Eh,
nam ni cha la pio chuk mi da chi dir mi
eh.
da wai ko ga wai ko war kan a ko bu lu ki pa pa ila ke let's try let's encourage them bi
I
che
you
nyu
Paul
ke mana
Motor.
da ku
You
ai
Paul I don't do
yeah
that thing. I you Paul get a cake. Get me.
yeah
Yeah.
yeah, I found that thing in the morning, $100 rate, and that
Eh,
is it. You never fail to try, but you try
yeah.
to fail. Because
For
number I am
for
yaga
you
shi
yeah.
boy. So yeah, and the premier. Ko bugu jaba tem bugu lu engage in a jack because discussion like this are kapya rate.
Mm.
Ko kapya be ko wai chabab. Na ira no ngudun jakwe no long ti jare yakin brother yen time to make more research ba koy bana ko na Iran no won tan yi bang
Ah,
long ko baya poito a chi bu
kichiriet
gwa
nan
du
ko
no
ko kichiriet nan ko tim malo nyikine chi ate tim John Will. Kichiriet an ko now there is a struggle of anang ki win, and this is one thing that many of you will face later ko we ko ite ko. There is an assumption of, especially within the educated class, not ting tang non not ang mer ko jala wor ko wor ko can get because you well man that yes where it makes sense. But within the educated class, anang ki ko lo mana de yen, who am I listening to, and why should I listen to him? And because the Kokwa, they can this mentality of thinking that if you have gone to uh, a certain university of a certain caliber, then you must be the clever one than the rest. But the American really in a very funny way. When Obama was contesting, go, "Oh, we don't need to be ruled by professors. We need to be ruled by politicians." So now, until when we start to listen, that you can be academically gifted, but you don't know what you are telling to the public.
Of
You
course.
may have a big following. You may say some of the good words, but you are not an implementer. Until when we connect these dots, Kimana de yera ne yelwel, Kuran gare, Kuran loyaloi, Kuran take, ke one group. They must at least network in order to change something. Because then that society will change, and this is the good thing about Panakawaja. Panakawaja is that, okay, like take example now in technology. In technology, I've done this, but I don't know how to do the rest. Because no, because of how clever I am, I went and help a jack. Because yen walking in our way, we have different education. You went to low school, into engineering, into technology. Within technology, there are hundreds of degrees that can be divided into technology. So if I'm good at programming, I may not be good in what they call topology when I'm doing networking. When I'm good in AI, somebody will be good in designing. So these things we must come together in order to implement them. Kwana loka ben woba la loindula la berkula kurane cho social engineer. A social engineer now will become a know ye Paul Mator, we had him, we have my tagide. And how can we make them to actually be addicted to this? Until we have that. I'll give you another example. When I started broadcasting for SBS more than 10 years ago, a very simple way, and you're going to, if he was educated, I'm going to tell so if he was educated, I'm going to tell that automatically. So can I
Yeah.
tell you what? I think now,
Mm.
so this mentality emerged. Now, Yabun, you must only talk to us when you are to be belong. In the community, darken. You must talk to us to be belong. In Balang, ye chukujam. Now, a cameraman. Kay yung ni camera do
Mm.
where to Bartur that is the only that is the but when it comes to professional talking, chalundu. Ye ni ran camera ba lock
Alwel chira meeting community kwe pastor ajela jam. Go ja lwel yung babu lwel e kanisa duna no pama mutin ti dam ye balatin.
Hey, palakati anchiran yena time interview na won jel kuto studio jaran to ko dit ka jal wel hey chi journalist chi ben to ke politician go yogo go how could you know all of the political questions go but do you know what is journalism? Journalists are the only people that read science because they were reported on it. They read legal
Mm.
cases. They read
The
medical cases.
diverse.
They go into every
Mm.
department. They are the only people that have access to every department. Aguna acha bwana Luiman Kolo
Yeah.
kunong anything to do with physics, but then
Mm.
you have to study overnight because you are going to report
Yeah.
about it tomorrow. So we touch all
About
this.
it.
So yen
Yes.
don't be shocked. So okay, I call until ke Paul Mator man. Uh,
Mm.
because a yabun or a yabun, somebody will think that yen actual coin. But the same person alalo in kule Martin Luther King, akelo alatere Martin Luther ale name kule kuchulong, era anchinyale bay. What was Martin Luther? Martin Luther yabun. Yang agol Pastor Sutrini manene lotuko. Manene gol tong
Mm.
Junuba Sudan, ema abun. As long
Yes.
as they have the message that is supposed because kwanya ke na ya buri ko ni ku achin moral values ku ka achi ye chu buit ku ka te ko chi ka lo no in cha bun because ye ko ka le yen ku in cha bun ke la na le yo ka ya so ki ya kor ba le ke in our community coming back to kake kir mayadi ku everything the moment we start to blame right people, you know, the more we are actually pushing them to do the right thing. So within the government of
Yes.
Kir, when you tell take example and checkpoint taw kam yima ding a chena dor gwa on chanlo an chilo ku yoran ke checkpoint taw go lo la lo when department of immigration ko
Mm.
go yin bolis yin ngo ki
Yini
yo
ngo
ngo
ten.
checkpoint bitaw kam what are you checking
Ma dingi
actually?
juba.
Go lo du jam du no bi
Eh.
tin go a chole ri ay go lo do chet but anchi lo ministry of information in Juba go a yen all my cards bin ko ko ting
Mm.
go a yen all my card ban ga su during the independence na la jal gular
Mm.
bor and I'm meeting kwal manyang bin ko ting how
Mm.
power is abused. I have appointment one quality that I pola ma jama ya ku enen korba dai ring ba mar bala dom gorana kang num atem ko
Mm.
atem where anenye on I never knew that he is into the security sector anche chan to be safe go tawa yet chan be afli chan ku ke ting
Mm.
go ben ku le bi ku le ta jai wen go lambo juba e bor gene go le ta
Mm.
jai go le awra ko ci gore ya press minister of information
Yes.
go le ku
Yes.
nan ke te chen aye go mo ne ta ten ku le cha we che chup kalam go go mo ne ran ti ne no ben ke very good person bi ku le pi awra go le ya wa awra fi juba yin go ma chen tin go
Mm.
ko pye go ya mo bor mu danga karo dang to dang pi ku le yang ye le man yin go
Mm.
go ga chin cha le la lo re che ke go yin tar lo go lo ye
Mm.
long du le de an
Mm.
appointment on ko ma nyang ta tir ku to ko le ke ti ku yer ka ti amare ko
Ah.
bi
Where
yin
got
ru lo ku wore ke
Mm.
ministry of information ke go ya ki ang ni to nyoro ko
Mm.
ku go
Yati.
go le la pe to ka go num jal le ku jal yon yal go ka jal ya askeri ta maleng ma zoldo go ja pol go yo ko na wa ko de ja penya mo ke de ja pe ko ti na ko
the
ro pe
thing?
a ko ro pe
Yati.
now e ke ra
Ku
ne
me
ke
ko
yin
ne
pol
ki chile na chati am. Mm.
okay now
Mm.
da jal tinga
Yati.
ya tim en ke pol ma nyanga to ke
Mm.
ye governor
Mm.
the minister
Yes.
ke state this guy have no power over
Yes.
anybody e kiran ke to kir ma yadi
Ah.
na non ke you can on it ne ka le la ya kuma kir ma yadi kuma kir ma
Yes.
yadi te
Ku
e
me
kene
yoki.
lo but eran ku kilo
Mm. Ko ini. Ira ku
ran ku
chilo
kilo
inga
ye
chilo kadang ba.
an ran ku kilo ye na
Mm.
won jola la tingan cha do ko ke jal bene na wo ku ya
Mm.
nyoti apiet ran ku kilo ye bi yo kade in ke ya kor ba le we you cannot just blame everything on
Mm.
kir a kor bu ko yo
Mm.
be are responsible ku bi ni mana di en ran ku kede lo le yen ya because pan ka wa jadin ku
Mm.
mo nya skiri you go and abuse the power ke in lo ko ku machi
Yes.
so ayer ka yeah
Ayen.
yeah
Ayen ina
Paul
jagin
Motor
tande.
jam
Yen. Oh.
Paul ku ma Paul
Yes, and
okay kala ke ma cha jal pinga pet
yeah, India Japan via that.
ai wa ke Paul Motor ba kan jam ba jaben waje ila waje du tong jeng ja nan ke Paul oh Paul alo jam de e mai
Okay. Yen ke balwel ke yena jang, ka chigal wel ban chin currently man jam wa ka chin ke bera lut ko chin ke bera yi. Okay, ayet man ucha ke working. Wele kalwel ke ba don chin ko.
mm
Blare be bala la no blare into governance. Ki yi pinge lut yi ku barlo no ra ne ga la yu ke yi. Ku ki jal to hetin chen kan te to kin e lo kan akin ke te to gen ke to. Because even if it come to the government, okay, there are branches of government, okay? And when there are branches of government, I know, okay, but after all, anong a supreme power jangen.
uh,
So kito akor benga aloy blame today nene to entin. The
good.
money and when I long buluku randi nene muksulian or jalgol ben into my own family when not nene muksulian. Kunanku waya galwal kina cha waya right? Bijaben ke chadya. Ada chala lwela alhama mukende wechi manata wana alhama de chala yina alhama diene. Yini ke waya kene war bago chor bala no commissioner direct. Okay? Or bago jal bala no governor direct. Until it come to the
Mi-
president bago president bade. But I
Minda,
want to begin with someone ranong ene chi waya ene.
minda.
Tiogana galwel kini.
Ni man tongue ka kerba mara ke ting ka kwa man ni kwa our people create things ku ka chi ka created a yen ka in ba gam one example what a jungle state where ko they walk one we ko to screen yin tin we ba gam one example nyai ka man our people create a power ku and they believe in it ko power chin to let anything take example banga association jaga go wo man an association jaga bay ne chaman wen go lele whether non greater bor kulor but two years community che association juba Borio Community Association, Juba. Na lori ya yen ke tande duk. Or by the Lara Association ke Bargazal. Do you know that now a chi general ben ku teu guru ke nim. Ku general alwe le be chip to buy, chip manene representative Kir Mayardit. Because by ran to buy ke mubuluk ke monya dola ke muga dul. Yen ke nyen Kir Mayardit buy. Ke banya association. Banya association and power. Banya association and power to nang banya association and power so akuma kir mayadi da gola kir be it with ministers ka be to governor from governor to the commissioner from commissioner to the local authorities man ke toke chief depend on how they are organized na dai man tin ke ko ka nang anang powers kubana pa lingen pinwar ke juba inje dai Board Community Association and Lubama di de ne lalo kuloku gam banya association gam directives. Ku twi alo ku nyu pin kuloku gam banya association gam directive na jal teacher alo kulele yen. Where are you getting your legal powers? Ika lo yin man ti ni yong yin ban ti. Acha ben wo itine ba itine man ta wo ma na ka yin ban you. And a team will be a team about a team alo nyini lawyer ba it be kaka ping. Na bar pa na here Australia ka America. You find it that association you registered in it, they are supposed to be considered a charities, membership based charity. Kuna pa lingin pe man kulula banya bobo bijam, eke kirma yadi ka bola national anthem ay dota. Be chan banya association below. Kubanya association in Australia and directives. You are having directive of a person when you yen because as a member of association you are not responsible servity eran you are not responsible kichiamende you are not responsible you are only responsible association when they are members but koko they create powers and they believe in them only to realize later when the damage is done they cannot control themselves so kitoke ne yen ke kichiro lo man tan wo ke ya anang mentality de chiro gole tin ku ke korbede ya Tingman tang na ye yin ke kwanya tima lo nygo kwanye ban. Kula ku tewa jande chango ke manager. Ku jal ma la be ma jal be no kor ban. Ma ja kor bla daga tim. Kan boku gari ya dian kor bari ya dia kar ba nyon ma. Pan ka waja e lui le na boku le mai ku le ye na I went to have a talk with the minister. Kalwela ye chol nga. E kalwela ke ani chol ma. Okay, mind yung what will be the topic? E kalwela this is the issue. Kan lo indul kular tanga tim. There is a gentleman at the door. Aye loku lwele yen no korbinanga margai. Kukichi lwele ke. Do you think that you have time for him or no? Yen na bala yoku lwele yen and very busy until particular this time. Yen lo leke yen kulwele yen. If you can make it on this day or chocha one number day, I will see if I will call him. That is the work of the manager and the private secretary. Lekin panda teko. Ayira la yochimana de yen a bodyguard alwele nong power to prevent whoever you choose not to talk to bank. They need to be sensitized that the man that has been employed there is a servant of the people and he's there to serve his people. So there must be a time when people come to the office, be will complain. De yon kir ma yadit no mwar kir ma yadit kwa kuma junubi na tim kwa tem ku jalama. We akwe we mi ke korwar 1990s de. Chai mi na. Chai wa 1990s we ke korwa de. Mike.
Yes, yeah.
Chai marere.
Timolan jaga kure
Chai
Lela
marere.
timula njama cool. Kunangi na demo bine.
Okay,
Ane
kujala
live
aba eke.
1990.
Ki okay, yinchi bay. Kay loku lor maktab so maktab wazir. No mentality on SPLA masadat e lara kumai. Manatu man chin bay in korbi dil yen a certain amount of money bala India or bala Australia. Na chi yelo yin ke ben right. Kuna lo yen then you have now encouraged atan weke jam kolon kulele ya banki irmana le beno community enum gurgulo wo kor bu yo ben. Wo kor bu yo ben na pin ke yin ke raraj. In reality, should that be happening? No. Because the community, particular community, Louis Ben is serving in institutions. And he can only connect to the community through institutions. Until when we know all this, then we will know who to blame. Another thing also, we have to contribute as a community. Another thing, you are not paying taxes to the government. Kokwa yene ankala loindol yinang business do yini ga malaya ku kumalaya ku nga be $10,000 a month ede ewu kun ga you have no $200 cha yena kuma de kirma yadi as taxes ku kalwele la yongo chi kire no luoy kene alwele be kiri ye panakim but you have just made money and you have not contributed that money to the government of South Sudan. How are you supposed to be helped ye you kwanyongo yongo luoy akuma.
Jack, you're making some points here, but there are some things the level of force, okay?
Go on.
Because okay, anong a situation where you have to blame the citizen, okay? Chimane and lebu nong where blame,
Uh,
but nong there that comes even to the government. Because from your MP, we represent the Jalatwing to Korke. So, like for example, Chimane Junupi now we know Chimane and kin contacts. There is no day that I pay taxes, okay?
good.
I think John can pay taxes unless in my business, a business where I am operating, which even these things have to be taxed. This is a time that I can pay. But the
Mm.
normal taxes on the country by that the government is government time for taxes event. Actually, taxes game in South Sudan. Why? It's because the government of South Sudan has a policy that it only tax non-governmental organization, okay, and foreign
Okay.
other things. You get tax. And most of the resources in South Sudan or the money comes from the oil. Okay, so they don't bother themselves to tax. Most of the
Okay.
government that are taxing their citizens, are equal with that regulation and policies being set. But policies in South Sudan currently, government that watch your job taxes to the normal citizen, they can say require a tax. But I check a tax because government or you go to okay in oil. Okay, tina chalo ban citizen complain. But if government is making money out of the oil, why it is paying their civil servant? Why is it not that they have no chance to be given hospital? There are some places in South Sudan. Kid and the people don't a minute
No, young
is it a
Chaliba.
failure? Okay, is not a failure of that man. Kid don't can wait in China. And there were some places that I went thrice. What few go down about you? I did it. You can move for 12 hours. Queen you don't get you find it.
Mm.
See on you. And could and I can eh?
True, that's true.
Kid and I was meet vaccinated and Kimi you. Okay, now I chill a child about blame Randa my one day. Ongu much who are in check with
No,
but keep quarantine safety. A safety duga kor, right?
ma
A
ke
safety
alwela
doesn't
ke
belong to you, but it has to be provided by the organized forces here in that task. That is
ma
one.
kwen yen ka
Number two, but now
mm.
government, but baja panakim baja ben koi mismanaged. Or ba panakim baja beri yoke ye kingi kwem wala ngo ye ke gawe.
Ngade
But I know
yen
ka national government.
ma
Bin the national government. So
ma ma
yeah. Eh.
ma je yi du
Eh,
kana ma
ajake.
wante atema la no yeah
I before kin in kerma kin do na manong ba kon well in the issues of this community based organization and the chin jam and daga nong tin le ban jam tin because da man dia to ga mo gwa jam.
mm
Uh, yeah, yeah, inti jam about this the issue of creating powers where communities sit down and they make decisions which are supposed to be okay. You know, our system of government is very clear from our transitional constitution. Manadaga yen, kada decentralized system. And how powers are devolved from central to state and to the local government are very clear. And this is why you see now, Naboku Tingechal Bika, which is board community association, Kailwel Bika in Juba, meaning that it is based in Juba. Now the question is, why are these people so powerful to make sure that I are working on urgent things? Because of where the society is. If you look at it now, our system actually functional because of the crisis in 2013. Government, anong some of the thinking and losing, which are most priorities because I know a burden of implementation of the peace agreement, of which the MPs now. Me, I can say my MP he received what is called CBS or CDF from
CDF
2012,
the constituency
and up
fund
to now I can never receive.
mm.
From 2012 up to now, I can never receive. And these are the money used by the county or the community to make some development. Now community is under pressure because there are issues that cannot wait. Chimanina jagman, chinangwo, you cannot say man chena no man the chile between, and what do? You must find another alternative. All these communities actually had this respect of the traditional authorities. These traditional authorities are very clear. Like if you see now around Chirmalanga, Yuenma, where can Township or Bor County, powers akin ka jack by ngon quality because ngon quality ran bika in Juba the same to ran chira biura jang ku manyonga jack the same to nang when mun kwerma bur ku jalara and mu dika all these things ke raja loy by chira wel medina all these initiative like kele bi ngon quality kwancho mana chil bi malanga yuen so ya help in another way around chima na lwel mana daga yen work or bugu repatriation or bugu loy ko ja kor buko du ti chol wer ko ke di thing or engagement of the government abiran when bu lu ga on behalf of the community yen ke ra when mu community association in Juba abijamat ken MP representing that area ko ya engaging government getting in ke bana to kuma jiman ta de on 2012 kana ka kuma he knows ye to know no ngi ye to know kin ngi ye through MP. Now MP actually if you go to my county now one or more than almost 20 MPs in the parliament. Alwil alogulwel bura abala jamu chiro ne Michael logulwel most of the MP are not MPs of the people so you cannot make constitution ka lweran chala. But in reality there are MPs that we should not even consult in regard to community development. So all this actually a creation of powers, but it's the situation when turn communities in Gujalab burden when talking Akuma.
ma
Kega
yen
actually quite into the system. So
Kan
Ajago
yo
chan
la gana
baben
jagan.
because
Nang
I
kir
can
ka
back young
wala.
man, Jack made a point before. Yenke ran jam. Sorry for interruption.
mm.
Kichalwell brother, yenke yi. Okay. Me myself, KN, my, I subscribed to this community association in 2023. This is a time that I began. Okay, to attend this gathering of community associations. But I was where there are these all associations stock again, can you operate? I didn't vote during any elections, either from Payam level to coming to county. Okay, I didn't or a bomber and can compare the cake. But in 2023, I started to subscribe to the associations to participate in all this and even to vote. The only reason why I did so is that ache mana de to make ache mana de hand ya level no issue to make a point to make in a community. Yes, I can make a point, but I was having a reality that kere and keep on all these years downward and kere it was creating what communities were doing were supposed to be main supposed to be MPs ke okay. Reality have to be said. Kalo communications ke supposed to be MPs ke and the only people that should have the right be non are people who are out of the country. Okay, if they have any charity organization, they have to create for themselves. Okay, certain ethnicity, they have that right. But within a country, within a country, for example, within South Sudan, and when you are within South Sudan or within Port Town, especially Port Town, Bor, and you have an MP in your payam, what is the need of an association there? I think the need of an association because all these role young associations came. For example, a local bill negotiate on behalf of the community, a community or a payam that have an MP. Now, when you come to a county, I know a community that at the level of a county, that person is still negotiating for something that a commissioner was supposed to negotiate for, right? I mean, it didn't get a lawyer. So what I've seen here, the communitization is a failure whereby MPs are not doing their role, right? Nga ki hawene that people are doing this. So when I want to mean that there was a riot, association exists in names of with the name of the community. So I subscribe to all these associations. But in a at a level when quite a community session, they have to do community session with a charity, not just only to come and make a conference, a conference that is not contributing to the community.
yen ke bra loy ke
Kachiro-
ma ku batim ben batim ke de jwa ke lo ra de ke we dia we le yi yit but kamu ba it ne to be very honest with you kamu pa na ke kawaja tana ke charities ku yen charities the scope of their operation is defined. Number one, you have a right by registered community association. Your role is either you are talking on social services or you are advocating on things that the government should, from public health point of view, to settlement point of view, and things that are of urgent needs to the people. You push, and so ke kanang right where the problem come in na jalbena lo ku jala lo indul ko we association ku jalwel walk. Take example, I'll take example ke walk take example water juba ku water tan walk wa ye jur ka ki yugulwele ke then you have gone beyond your legal responsibilities. You are not an association anymore, and you are assuming a collective powers that are meant to be only discussed at the village level, not at association level. It can ka yen na problem. Now, very lebenia biak members of parliament, kujala the representatives. It is the right of the citizen, for example, ba ke members kun ka parliament, because they think that they are entitled to that power. But lo indul kulelo, okay, what is your role? What is your role as a member of parliament? Why are you there? If you cannot advocate for us as a community, why are you there? So aki kito chimana de yen conflicting powers only come when you assume that you go beyond the scope of what you are supposed to do. Atim John, come on.
Aye nai engitande gani na jak kachi ya temulan galu engitande ne kan ku na lelu MPs anang problem. Yes, I agree with that, but you have to see it in a perspective. Nana degi in South Sudan ache MPs in Jonglei or Kami Borgati Gajilu. If you are to see things be this war of 2013, okay? Achigi
Atem
lel
ba tem
recently
toke we ba ko wan ajak.
Hey, yen apia chada.
Hello?
Timala
uh,
I
cha
will
ke
go
cha la
government
pet.
go job blue connect.
Take care. Take care.
About
Mm.
you could see now again government dominant krang sorry chilui, okay dominant. So a lot of people, a lot of MPs are chilui ko chin ki ja jal ke kriko mostly krang ke focus of government kam den gana yo. So ko chin dang te ku that krang on in be this issue of association, yes, a good idea. But this one here trap because you were making noise in this time were in Tetong, you know, a lot of things are banya. So acha belu maybe gichi government thing and another again maybe power. So let extend power to people. Hmm? Bunga no man nang bind bunga chol banya inga ben jam ga ben ko.
Eh,
So who can actually perfectly? Can actually perfectly be if you are to see now everybody in a community a position there. So it's being a be doj nang ling or which is an any strategy can actually. But key is a pobu bija loy war and those association, okay. Ebuga be kan pet bega be used in the right way beke nanka community. Because a pobu community ake ga onja ko ni na jak e basic thing.
mm.
Irmana tingen an juju mane chirmana te tingen en chirkality, okay. Tingen en chirkality. Kiden ya kran healthcare government e kiden to gumbo te den kiden na jura wel gumbo lapa. Hmm?
You mean I can para kim chirgat?
Ino eh pana gim government ali.
Hmm.
Yes, this is a fact. Be temolo inwela le jana te ben chirkality. Ti jira wel gumbo lapa te ne ngak kim tinto ko re ko loy nen. Yene geti yene yen diar yalo mena ali diar. Ki yen ko kon chirkality te choldon bosko. Jati. Na iran yob ko ingala bilo.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
ko kimi
yeah,
yena
yeah,
kimi
religious,
government.
yeah, religious
Yes.
hospital.
Yatin ku ko che le tiang na if na jala juba ka ambe video ba do mati tiang ret
Prenatal
yatin
care, so prenatal care, the ali ajimanelo, you know.
yan ki ga le yina to gumbo lapa yatin na bo ko war ga chirka ka ke support ga identify I ka basics eh yatin wo ai ga kur wo ai ga kur la dem nang at least a health care na chi community chi standard in chi lo ko organization can come in, okay. Organization alibi organization alibi funded kira alibi era jigati ekene ke ya ngadwar na ta association big ben ku ga association to lui focus on the life of people edi chiglo. Number 2, ko wa rating ngari yeg mi chir kate ekran elon chene bai ben bay bu lo ko into war ko chin ko ju ja chi lui ku mi ga bere chin lo le to kure, you know, a lot of people become victim of that. So okay, suppose below war it's suppose going on that the same like rehabilitation within ko je na chi danang problem go bela reform.
Akin
You
kulewa
get
timan wan mat
go
ba etene wo
ah
komanto choko warere bu ke le war yeg mit ko ke
mm
man go very simple like you find it now e wo bene ke
mm
panano welcome gumba basic ke ka yu ko kurere lakin chan belwela ya kongu mit arere.
yeah
So we are actually going the same way, we are suffering that way as well.
yeah. So if you are to see the problem exactly, if we na lu ga ko ja kinyu ko even ko kinyu sale eh
Kanya.
we will still chatting. That's why we have to leave that approach. Instead, we are we Iran, yung Ukraine. Because the problem, I think, identification of the problem. And it can be hard with our people. Problem, okay, suppose biga we ache ke go. I think. We go we ai ko. Una ko je ke go we ko problem. We end up in the same trap. I think. So, yung ke an lu le suppose nang association of area instead be association of a community. I think.
No,
Association of the area. Mm.
ke chatao ne ke ne yelwele yende the issue of power in a tem.
Yes.
The issue of power is
Mm.
a very big thing. Aguna paling and pay now. The question is na tiro la jal golum. Was a simple question. Gololo okay. Jal golum
Mm.
and golum. Take example. Anang association at we.
Mm.
Man in jam walk. Kwanang association
Yes.
go na lor ko paling and penyalo ko lor ke ka no abela nang association de.
What answer say jana?
Okay, ke
Mm.
le pia ta de miaga bi pa ne dum ben le benang association de.
Atom.
Oh, chol ku kar ka le ka to. Okay, ke now lo okay, okay. Ke lor pakir okay na lor pakir la. A lor
Eh.
pakir jal go ben ku le yen chir bedu chir go ben yen
Mm.
ga gak. Bar ku yen chir le yen
Mm.
yen ka ro.
Mm.
Chire go nang ro.
Mm.
Bar ku
Mm.
yen pakir ma le yen ano yen ro go pia dan mi pa ku go pol gan pa lao. Yen ano yen ro
Yes.
le ya yi dum kene anyuan a cha ko yero so ke nang de lor ku ber bere yenero lor ku yeneno yenero
Acha. No, ma jirma na ano na work na
no
ngi
ben
pa
anye
ko
anye wor
ko
anye wor
eh
acha
work
wor
na
go ber
association ke.
anye wor ke daga cha go
Yes.
luma yenero wan la no ne cha go polan pa la ku pa ku ya cha pol ku
Mm.
lor ku du pel duol te ke yenero ba yen pa ne yen
Mm.
atok to ku yen wala wan yen tok now
Mm.
kujala
Mm.
bena le ke yindi nang almost 12 associations 12 association
Yes.
in Pake 12
Yes.
association ku lo ka lo ma le ko le yen okay aba ke ben yen ke
Mm.
aba ke ja represented ben
Mm.
mar ka yen ye ene Pake now anan ko be la ben ken this a mentality of saying war le kon ya le ka ke ro be le ka ja ke te de noran be la be te ko le ro ko be nang
Mm.
representation. Now, then this whole group
Yes.
have ben could be non representation below. We just go ben jal jako la tree.
Mm.
If you look at
Yes. Until
the
bu jalo ala ki ben.
abijal ko lo londo na
Yating.
lor ku yokena la ke yen
Mm.
yen na nong a petroleum engineer eto ke monya no.
Mm.
Yen a chin to ber monya dol to ke monya dol to manet na chin a chi belu benefit from that man. Why? Because it's in the big you.
Yes.
Abiyalo amarka
Yes.
pakiri kwa la amarka tui kwa la Lekin ane ko
Mm.
nang this mentality. Nane ko nang this mentality. Okay, let's
Mm.
say that there is an association of the petroleum engineers or the association of the electoral engineers, electrical
Mm.
engineers, or association of the economists. Come on, not to association of the economists, emo in pale, kwe monya dol, kwe monya chero, kwe monya no, aye bay into a professional body. Can
Mm.
now they have access to learn from each other, and if they go back te le ran ke le du chienala ke yen the societies that they come from or the communities that they come from are going to be the beneficiaries of this level of network. So
Yes.
ke banye ko banye ye no, I have to be responsible of what belong to me, what my own. Ku my own is a disaster to the development of South Sudan. Kuna loye you are in mentality yinti ting kwan palin yen pen. Na chiale kir mayadi kulele man ko le kulele anjele banye. Ba kwany
Mm.
ko ke junu ba kwany ran belo nyindi ku chi en kwanye. Take example, I'm telling
Yes.
you
It will
it
come
will
better
take
hand.
another good 5 years ke chin ben kwany.
Mm.
It will take another good 5 years ke chin ben kwany. Why? Abi nga alwele le work I better,
Randia.
kulel nga work I
Mm.
better, kulel nga work I better, kulel nga work I better, so there is no going to be an alternative.
Ko yaga che yo wana ka yin ngai da do chi ngai da do
Well, you think
Iran yindi
because we are
chi
in
ngai.
a chirata
Because
balang duon, how do I come and know you?
mm.
So
Yes.
who are you? I have to oppose you whether you're Iran, I have to oppose you.
Mm.
So the only
Mm.
way now korbu ko chen, now korbu ko chen ke bu ko nanga de in Juba. Juba should be a home to professional associations whereby ke in
Absolutely.
a team bala you gonna monya one, kuba you gonna
Mm.
monya ba you gonna monya puk, kuba yugo mo nyagar kuba yugo mo lwanjang. The moment you discuss the important thing, ka we ka to tena chi about your tribes anymore. It is now about what you know and what will be helpful to us. Ka we ko and now now there is nationalistic approach into things that you are going to discuss. So you are not going to talk about our cows. Alo kutonya on yinga ake chebento who on yinga ake kerchenga ko wongda kwal. That is the worst discussion that you will ever have. But na laka kuloingi dul
Yeah.
kulaka nyuko we South Sudanese. Then when an ability to say, take example now into Uganda. In an ability to say kulelo okay, what are Uganda good at? Take example, you went to school in Kenya, you went to school in Uganda. You are coming with that mentality, with that perception. What would make a Lango and a Choli, Kuran Luru Kujala Buganda? Koike Gwelethong took a majority of them. What make them to coexist? And the moment you bring that into play, and it is very simple, I'm telling you. Kan very young. When I was 18 years old. Watch Jalwa Emil Jeng what here with it. Watch Jalwa Emil Jeng what here with it. And we went to Anuak in 1998 Penetagro. Loku lep kutu kulga doro. Midache gwe mizgo ke yuku ke gache gwe English. Majority of them are gwe tong Arabic. So what we have to use a concept called teaching aids. And alo indul ku korba pio kul tang grade 1 na chintong de gwe tong Anuak. So ka baben ku kuturongu te liwangu kujalwela haina. Ekalwela oh manago udiek. Kola dupo manago udiek. So now yen yin boke ina gwelo tong jeng rane gwelo tong Anuak.
Yes.
Lekini ntia na
Yes.
jasur go lo udiek manago udiek. Now yen
Uh,
all of you watch Louis learn and to go Louis learn rini chola haina. Kuyen inchi pio rini chol
Quran
udiek.
like,
Fair.
yes.
Kayin ber kur ber
I think.
kur kalwela ma manago ke ngu. Okay, kalwela okay, he's a lion. So do you know what happened after 6 months? After 6 months, we have learned to speak the language of the local. After 6 months, we
Yes.
were at the church with them. After 6 months, we were dancing traditional bulechola guaga kujala bulechol obera. After we were
Yes.
meeting the kings of Anuak, and we were talking about the history of Anuak. We are now within another 8 months. Watch Yamid goodbye. We are not young anymore. We are Waila Yab. Waila Yabro, Rachironga, Yaku, Chadwa Chadwan, Miss Kwan Sukul Kachako, okay, Kayami the Kekwa now. Koi watara idea
Yes.
Kanywa. Now man
I
jameno
think.
in Wala in America, my students are to Panichol, Minnesota. Do you know what they
I
do?
think.
Are you under and a berech into the
I
I
think.
mean a berech into the
Yes.
now
Yes.
do you know what teacher let walk on later walk at Chilole? Me the pension dog at you can no. Anyaka abuela no.
Yes.
Don't go. So until we have this approach, because Kiara Rajmanatim era but the
Yes.
moment you start to interact with a human being, regardless of the language that they speak, you will understand each other. Until when we have this, then we will form a nation called South Sudan. But now you can walk a tingy yellow loke, nothing in, you don't have nationalistic values. Because Lord go tinga what dinga boro better than dinga bargazal. Kulokul dinga bargazal, we are better than them. Kulokul kujaban tinga lega dinga boro war there, wala war bor county. We are better than we are better than you. So you find it here, you are not going to build people who are very segregative because you don't have
Yes.
the concept of how to build them. Until when we change
Which
this,
in the room?
so
Yeah.
until when we change this, benang keep your watangarang mabioroke, and will let us be very honest with that. The question is, yung ena garang ko chi chok gen kamu. Akoy chiran kan
Different
tije
people.
ken. Yung en ko chi chok ko chin
Yes.
maya. Yung en
Okay,
kamu
Lodi.
and these people were loyal. Do you know what he was doing? Eye lwel ku lwel atem ke loy ku we ke do. ku ke ben piat ken yin
Yeah.
kimia aba yen mi this is how
Yeah.
it will happen ku ke du no ku lo lo ku le
Yeah.
ka bedik e ku du no ka lo ku lo
Yes.
e piat e dik e go e be to war ku ke don kir ma yadi de dong now
Mm.
war chi kir dong wa chi jal dong kire dong at a better hand because kire dong
Yes.
ken generation chi pe now jal dai
Mm.
da ko gi ko wo kila kuma kire majority young people by
Mm.
the way kire anang je chamer from 1970s to now ke kai dominant mana kuma
Mm.
de a yera na pitkulele
Mm.
yen we the youth wa pin ke wa chila kuma ku yen akor ku bero dir kan
Mm.
ja bero di lono
Really?
bero di lono
Kito,
now we
yes.
chika ta ting atim we chika ta ku ke kai
Yes.
gola kwet ting man kir ma yadi ni
Yes.
computer ni how to operate a computer bu to je computer there must be a young person
Yeah.
sending the money. Now, Lolo Indula,
Yeah.
like people watch in the West. Kulwara in Nairobi when I
Mm.
met him in Nairobi in October. Quite a UK child can kill my yard, some of the man I did the cake.
I think.
Quite we a cake and I did the cake. I can worry yima, go on to Teron, a midon, go on to Matamaki.
Mm.
Okay, quite did a cake of
Mm.
SPLA adiop. Man, not to end this idea about local kir. I like a pen young people. Era a young person kill our kuma ijiki jam ka pen. Lekin young person kila
Mm.
kuma young yenaka kor kubu jalti japiet. Why do you go there and you don't represent us? Why don't you do? You don't have to represent. You don't have to talk back like us because kita akuma ijike. Na chala akuma
Mm.
kuyoka kuma ke pit ke yena kor pit. You have to learn to lie because in by the way in get a karga data away mid by. Agure yan man gulu yan
Okay.
akuma. Eh?
Mm.
Na lu yana kuma man kol
Leave
du
it there.
belo ka jang den ware wo jam live video no du belo ya because kuma na loike na lor ku yung
Ja
monje
data.
take example monje che ngai nyu ja kol chale je rang gere mo bi lom ku pele rang lo don't expect
Ah.
me ba belo ku le yes ran chu ete wen ran cha yo ten ye chi nyu ten
Ah.
why do who do you
Okay.
expect yenga kre gamrot I will come and say no.
Ngai
Yes,
wunya
based
dele.
on the report,
Yes. No man
based
a
on the
chero report.
report that
Mm.
I was given, yes, it is alleged
Mm.
that a soldier was caught to have been doing that. But we are going to
Mm.
investigate that until we find the solution. We will get back to you. Kajala kujala la hey
Ka jatit
what
investigation jatit
kajal tit
ko bachi angi jati ga yi
na
ko
la
bachi
kajala
lol ga
wa
yi.
jang den wa totin ne go berala to yeah, because if you are employed by the government, yeah, acha
You
ka
must,
to
you
ba
must,
when ting
yes,
du ka
you
yi
must
ka
cover
re
them.
ka ting du a chi ka la lwe or ka yi ka lwe ting du a chi ka la lwe ya or ka yi mo
My
ting
basic rule,
yes
a
yi
basic
ka
rule. Go chika right to America, I check you don't expose, and that why in a thing war one
yes
problem was also Sudanese.
yes
Okay, ye
so
movie and loiku ke long ray da yenga yugu nyot ye chatting ku
yeah
pino machin there's no heaven on earth.
yeah
So ke karba kadang ina jak ke ni in your approach. Okay, I why that ke you know this idea. And again, there's a one day solution. Call when you ben. Get it? Yene ke the same logic you ngor ke jotku. Na chiran o ke kalwer ku ke cool ben kran. Get it? Ku kana live. E kana live. So government is the system. Kuna ara ke system karaja ben. Get it? Which mean alul ka change ke you begin. Pa anduan dado. Hmm?
you talking
Okay?
you talking
You talk about it. Aguro benale area in talk about the areas of kran in problem lui face ten ke jam in cake. Aguro ja benale government. So ka chiro loye a danger to our people because key is a poor bro a disassociation. Yen ke is a poor bro in our community. You understand? Be mo nwer be ala rer kan jang ku be mo kran ku be mo ber bla rer kan jati
kani jeng
yen ku yes ku le rer kan jang yen kri korot in a situation of South Sudan but instead bi ay kan yen loyku ko wo ci woni ja e kan wo ja roñ ku jogo de jogo ta fiuni chente yen ali te because now na la in my university okay kind of busy wanna kaka association wanna association na men association da na milga tui in jam juba okay Kobito in all institution. Okay. Uladim koi without in potential people living in the country. Okay, we are busy with those things. I think. Now about how the country is going. The experience will be here.
No, kukene
So
ka barpim kukene ka
kukoi
yenting.
bigangi akoi totin abishi other connection. I think. I mi ajirambe la modu kana chicken kunyen. Kata amijelo.
Could atime
Time
atim de roloike. Yeah, how many makiro
yeah.
loike tang young people look at they need to study. How many seats are there in
Mm.
Jonglei State for you to
Yes.
put yourself down and take example
Mm.
to Juba. One day Juba
Mm.
kujala ko Kemanabo town. It will
Yes.
come a time
Mm.
maybe areas in Bo town will be
Mm.
categorized as urban areas. Kumanatu, as a
Yes.
resident of that particular area, you can be qualified
Mm.
to be a candidate politically or to be a
Mm.
to be a
Mm.
candidate in
Yeah.
that
A
to
position
represent
of that
that
area.
particular area. Manatu, what will be
Mm.
needed is that you need the services,
Mm.
you need to deliver services to the people that are not of your
Yeah.
community but the residents of the area.
Yes.
Tankoika University is a Juba, and I wrote an article about this some time back. Taking
Mm.
tribal association to the university, it is something that you cannot even justify. To why? Yen, because uh, you can have like a Dinka.
Yeah, well, di ko ma jang deng chen ko ma jere gai ga golin ga founder. Bo
No,
kadang green bonus to say.
no, no. I live talking. I live toya yes. Now I live talking about what they were doing then.
This is the argument people will make, yeah.
No,
Mm.
no, no. When they are arguing, one to
Mm.
one resident keto. So they midwana
Yeah.
midwaneke jor. I midwaneke jor to
Mm.
boarding school. So they just went there to go and leave it on. By that time,
Yes.
the structures get on are different.
Mm.
So the
Mm.
structures get on are different because they just want to support each other on. There is nothing wrong with it.
Mm.
You can do it as a
Mm.
supporting uh, ground. But one thing that you need
Mm.
to understand is that when you are at the university, take example, you are a law student, you want to be a
Yes.
member of that law club, the student
Absolutely.
studying
Absolutely.
legal
Absolutely.
studies,
Because that is your profession.
and because this
My
is where
end.
your profession lies. Now, when
Yeah.
it comes to history, but then you want to be a
Mm.
student of history, and
Or
at the
will you have
same
remind me
time,
of this?
at the same
Itenenga
time,
in na jalo lang.
yeah.
Itenenga na jalo lang. In that place, yes. Yenikete is supposed to be another thing. And that why in a thing, school yan lo reason e wolo to cool different. Because if I'm doing what I love, okay? Kira is supposed to be comfortable with the German any low student. You understand?
Mhm,
Because that is where
mhm,
my passion is. Hmm?
mhm,
And running association or ning kialatin kaladim yes something related to law. They same to a medical student. Okay?
mhm.
So itine yen ke tande school is supposed because ya disassociate from where you came current or totin unta. Who can
No,
error
but
law when you love your career. You
the
understand?
community, no, the
Error law.
community is subject people. The community is subject to people. But let me tell you a story. Take example when let me help you with one thing. Our community thing. You
Mm,
know, when I came to the radio, when I started broadcasting about 10 years ago,
mm.
there was a belief that because I am from a certain community, I should behave in a certain way.
Certain way.
So
Yes.
manatu na chiko gothati, you know, anti goth
Mm,
kalwel yung chinu goth ya.
yes.
You are
I think.
talking to you are talking to a professional journalist that is doing a job.
Yes.
Is a public broadcaster. Is working for the government radio, where he has
Yes.
rules to follow. But I will yung
Yes.
chinu na chinga uketi. So now knowing of what they
Yung
call a
churu,
communal position in a certain thing, you must also behave like
eh,
that.
why you not taking it? Yes.
If you don't do it like that, we will disown you.
Yeah.
So now I check think this is how our intellectuals are destroyed. Now na lor ku
Yeah. Yeah.
yuran che
Absolutely.
independent, na lor ku yuran che independent.
Mm.
If
Mm.
that is the case, I have now to be, I have to align. A psychological
Be.
phenomenon, a group thing. And if you are not with us, if you don't think like us,
Yes.
we will deal with you. We will
Then you're not
delegitimize
of us.
you,
You're
and we
not of
will
us.
handle you the way you want. Akachawo na
Mm.
214 ku into on. Now the communities went and lat kwan loya le
Mm.
kwan loya le kwan lat. And then you can jam yes. And
Mm.
can I chol any cholngo? And then can I jam a self
Chaga
proclaim.
yo.
A self proclaimed journalist. Kwalwela yen he's not even a journalist. I call the local journalist. Alo keno kulwela ke akwel what it mean in English local journalist, what does that mean? A bere local in the local kulwela ki.
Mm.
Yaki ya aket ye lweli nong yi la legen mane ko ye gatito. A bere ye tinga kin
Mm.
luya ya go ko ya ke interview go ko bela ki yo kulwela yen. E will ko la wari ya ke ti je ke ni la loy. Now, so you will find that there was an effort to make sure that you must behave like us. And if you don't, we will do
Yeah.
anything to crush you. Ekene yana ka
Yes.
lady young myth, are you ko ju. Na loku yeting en man ketang majority of myth win kor binang the mentality beneke chengana koko. Then there is a community pressure.
Mm.
And that box you down. So na chi very good. Then in purity ala good ba the lum part of you.
Bagama.
Kujoli riok. Na mana tu ye na ye
Yeah.
mon tui ke in bijala jam ke ye tui le yen ke dia. Na ye mon bor ke le ke ye bor le
Mm.
ke dia. Na ke ya wan le yen ke dia. Ke ya ku ka jal ku ya.
Mm.
Na je robe le ti ja le ku le kara. Baro ben ti ku le ke ko yan bo taw to the box. Ye to no chi kan ton na be ya ton.
Mm.
Cha kan ti ru kir ma ya di de che wan ne chi bi nyal. Garang ma
Yeah.
biore chi ule ne chi ton na be jala ton mu junu. E ton rot. Kir ma ya di de ton rot.
Mm.
Abel kwa kul
Mm.
majority of them yen ke ran die elected ke member of parliament yen ga level le ke ton lekin majority to ne ke muk junu po to junu man ni kwal manya a to ne ke ton ran ke rar ku tem ro chi mana de yen this is what I'm capable of ku ja community ku ja the society ben after him. But if you go into this mentality now is either be on to hate others or be on to be a society man. So ku ka chira lu
Yeah.
can be so can by aranda is your own thing.
Mm.
Can by aranda can but an beni jal chol ngeranda you have to invent that way of life by yourself. But otherwise our community is not
Hey,
going
and
to
I, you jalo in Jack, thank for the reminder. So, kuto, yeneke tande kene. That is a human nature, by the way. If you are to see, people, by the
okay,
way,
well,
people are born, but
okay. Ra to ku we de lu
kaja
that
ya,
ra to ku we
uh,
de lu ra de chala ne ke ya gade. Daniela
uh,
Valentino. Good is that chalu alu
uh,
yeah, that yan dollar lo yan ko interview Valentino. He was
uh,
offended. One of the audience, he was offended
okay,
by Yala Gadal. Ngulele pan chol bore
okay.
pan kui ko kanga lo mo chala chol ku chel le ka chola ja. Alo yen men chotar nang kru ru man wer ga. Tik tik. She were
Hey, and I,
she was
so,
so Daniela.
to in, to in a jagaki. By the way, human being, you know, the liberation or human revolution is a process, and it is a process where everybody is going through. You get the point. I think
Yeah.
there's a reactive, reacting community, kujala a responsible or a responsible community. Okay. So this is whereby if you have disassociated yourself from your emotion, you act in a different way, in a certain way, which means aboko danga che you react emotionally, you pass analyze it, you understand? Kubai emotion bigi jabe benala. So kichaluti yi inge tandere community
Yeah,
again,
and
you know.
question
But
chi ran ti den chaba berge in ping. Aluela Banyajak, I
okay.
have read through your articles. I can't seem
Uh,
to understand you well. Are you still a journalist, like we all knew, or you are a member of the SPLM party now? No, I'm still the journalist that I think kichalwele ke tiong. I don't think whether what I was telling people is for people to think uh, beyond blaming Kir. Na werchi atem lwele man kulwele ye gol pan woni ran we ga chiran den to ke chito kumai ran den won liula kumai jile be ko yet liu kurana nan ke dil wo from the minister to directors when to ke welen ko na non ke pia the lo ke that they are able to develop their own institutions. You don't have to build a very big house to be an institution. You have to change the behavior of the people in that institution that you are in. And the moment you do that, then mean you have represented the government that you are working for. So what I'm trying to tell people, Kia Korba Leko Chichmana Dayen, yes, there are reasons to blame Kir. There are different reasons also to blame SPLM as the ruling party. And then what I wrote clearly is that uh, do we think that those who are in the opposition, Golariang Machar, Wara can they be the alternative to what Kir is? That's a very simple answer, question to answer. Because if they can be alternative to Kir, which I have no problem, Akor Biran like yes, Pagan can be a very good alternative. Whoever is in the opposition can be a very good alternative. But how? You have to qualify that. Yes, they may know what to say, they may direct things, but the way we are now, minute to talk on TikTok, we know that watching developmental projects because the chapter one yen budget ka wu dom ke ka ye gam. So I am still the same person, but I just want people to see that even a layman, even a watchman that is at the gate may have a role in what is going wrong in South Sudan. It's not always about the president himself. That's what I'm trying to say, and I hope people can do that. Aguchi yeni ya ran chilo indul chiro gor bolisi. Ero gor bolisi kukareri Uganda. Kukedo meya. Ran also should be blamed because Yen is getting the money of South Sudan. Yen is not doing anything to South Sudan. So I'm not a member of SPLM. I'm still a journalist that you know. Nano opposition that is, I'm still a journalist that you know, but it doesn't mean that na chiki rebego you yet because Tim and Wertung and Kukultung, Daniela may agree with me. Kicha will wear a kinuka jati and a young witness. And I'm kinuka and a Tim a young witness. Angela war Angela war pentir and banki rejay. A penitier and banki rejay Nairobi. Kukicha witness war chan pingana Tim.
Impiang
Anti banki recha you I met him thank God watch a dom much more penetier last year.
okay.
I when he came for the climate change. Watch it more but just by lot and angular kumat. But I witnessed something very strange. You know Bengala marriage. Yin go ko yena lanti the benaran could be hotel banyi.
Mm.
A corba banking ben a corba kirma yadi a corba ting. Rare Nairobi. Kina boka really che wood ka chen wu charen go wood pin abakabiti president. Aran to kacha you ran to ka jam kulu ran to ran and jello Australia. Look at look how our people think. Alwele non contract de in corbi ben la ting. Where on earth yen bany ba yen contract yen getting it man. Where on earth?
Mm.
Ye banyi
Mm.
Junuba Sudan. Go hotel or Gutiong hotel etiang hotel Westland hotel etiang. Gwalula bijal na eta berkan jal jal. Kujaran wan. Do you know that until Tatir Wako or Tar in Wako people were there, they need money. They need me. You do know what? Akabija yen wudia go ka jaja la Tar in Wako. Now I following morning go ka bela ban. Ajole bi mo ndite gaw na ajole bi ko boy arana bana jal toya an gidi watch ka ko le security go ban ku ka ku ya wonere jala chol jalul gare baten bugu jal tek jala ku jamod la banya be good enough. I'm known by most of his officers and a journalist go la banya be ibu more than that's it ku jal question di jal ben anomke na ye ran ben lo indul chumana de yen president Kir must give him money or his office must give him money. Kurana ben lo ten lo ke chimam. In opinion, we have to know that president of the country achirana yelimo. Kubari piola kan penyala kulo okay cha go bo yeken. Na ye go lo indul okay e ke cha go e Nairobi chen ko lo indul ko lo anwan. Ku ye jala ben karan kulo nga dia to. Ya ku nga dia to. Ya ku nga dia yin la. Ku nga dia yin la. The office of the president, like it or not, kuno wuye ka gambi ku chobe na gam 5,000. Or take example here, ku chobe gam 5,000. Or go lo indul man che benter one of the veteran SPLA go bay. Or a large Germany, a large India. Who is paying those expenses? Ekir Mayardit kablo you authorizing the money. Kulo ko the family to the Minister of Finance. Kulo ko chere wo ko pen. You where on earth any state you're not paying for the individual expenses? Does it happen anywhere? Ke wo ke ben ke ka bela lo indul kurani ya bela jora lo ku boku lo ka dul ministers ke ne ke lo indul ya anan ko teju hotel wula ne teju hotel ga yila ne ayila ne mo hotel ki ben ti ya wula ndi wo yin ga ni hotel ya pe ya ga yono ye yira na pe ki ben ti wula na ba ye ko kor ki wula ni jato hotel yirun gede ando na run gede ya kinang pandu ine do me ya dude ya me ya du ni yin hotel char pinga na wo ko aye ministry aye la char pin through the hotel. Okay. Bu mo nje ju benda mo wude. Bu mo nje benda mo wude ku ka la hotel ko because minister te hotel. Until be junubin be jam de ya ke chikir ma ya di loege. And I check well because think on ministers on ko on to ke former SPLA generals. On ke lo ku ye ministers to ngon na tim akala ku yin ke ut ka kuma. Ut ka kuma. Compound ka kuma. Good kuma ke you are supposed the moment you are supposed to live in those houses and go away. So that the new employee of the government will burn into that building.
Those rooms.
Yen kete ye lo yen because they una kuma. Do you know what happened? Go on chop 2005, 2000 and come 2000. Adia je wood ka kuma now. Manat what will Kir do? The new employees of the government will have to be accommodated in the hotel. Appear. So I may be wrong. But young aman ke ran chi design winter ke lul ka yen ke ra ida ku ber ke le yi ku ber ke le yi ka ber lul ku le yong ina lul ka ka da ran tung je yin ne ke go ger ku le chi kum tok wala ato ndi ati ato these are my ati ati ra ra dir ku ba tok eh so lo tung bu jal tok
By the way, in journalism, actually supposed to be consistent. By the way, sometimes because you can ask question in a different form to brainstorm the mind of people.
and that's the intention.
But actually, yeah, the case. Sometimes I will agree. Okay, Kirele man is some angle, but in some ways, leba ban yar kayen. Which in a jack all we agree in one point today, we go friend today. Then tomorrow when you say something which I don't perceive it in the same way, all we disagree. What you getting? That is what it means. Human, different perspective. in
Mm.
different way. Ki ya lul ki e wara woni lul community eko channel. So nothing yes community mini golu humanity if you are to see ko ya different kind community I lose suffer.
Yes.
Okay, what you suffering yes even others I kill. If you talk of all the all the scientists, okay, aka you can know all the philosophers. So aka you know that thing because human being different can yen
Die
can
convinced.
yen kan che kor. If you bring that scenario or that template to our community, eka ye think kai ji jari ar na wo kumena aka ga reju kwe. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
you just take example ben on mbi kanisa. Kanisa on ya ping le ko ya ga bio wer. Ko on ke bi wer ni ari.
Mm-hmm.
Ate un to ga bio ke wer.
Yes.
E reja. But yung ji ya yemen. Yung ji be dial man ko ya jo to tin man. Ko ya jo be to we ke re.
Okay,
Jating.
koi bel.
Eto.
Okay, koi lo me ya.
Yene ke chang education on mbi ene. Ting e man dun wen chin ko kon. Yene ke ye taw ke lel ka ye ngabelo to kuli. Man dun ni ting ke man la pyo cho cho. Ye lo nga ba nga be li ting nga ba li ti no. Jating. E reje kana. A good liberation okay. Do ji chapya. Ke inga inang kacha. Jating. So keto where do you identify yourself? Do you identify yourself as someone who go against the current or as someone who flow with the current? Okay, always koi to koi when koi gay or koi nge diet. Okay, peer humanity. I always ought with the people, but at the end of the day, create an lule ngor ga bijal e jabla
And
game or
and
kene
and,
ke.
and it need determination, but like in
Yeah, absolutely.
ache coach
Core
coach because
determination.
by going since I until we want a community since I was a teenager. And
Yeah.
na non cool ni ka palan ba ka jiri indala ba cheni.
I think.
Anang when I went to an auxiliary nursing training one of the diocese of Tori,
Mm.
and I I was good at what I was doing. Awan ka buku yura na ka na lui pa na kem go lula piet. Wal ka man che ke jal kan bil ku ba ka jagam. That mean they there, there is no. I can believe that even though I have done a very good course in pharmacist assistant, one and a very good
Mm.
knowledge of the administration of the medicines, whether it's injectable or the tablets, and based on the prescription that is given by the doctor,
Mm.
they could not believe. Nabari alone whatever I've been doing min quarantine until now, there is always
Mm.
somebody with a belly, at least a feeling that he can't do it. And but I can wait me that I think I will tell you one thing. That's the same thing. Now Lord what Nana and Jorgan Garan was a very intelligent human being. A good kir man thing, kir tankoi when you can't ping a jam the guy is very wise.
Yeah.
But the end society change people. Society society take example to our town radio show. Whether
Mm.
Kuiluel chara
Mm.
ariokpio. Niluel chara ariokpio.
Yeah.
Derito yung yin bier.
Yes.
Yung yin bier kwa nangalorot.
Mm.
Na lor ku ye lo lotin. Yung yin lo kiti uchi ben kene.
Mm.
So the question is, what are you doing right? You will not
Can I
do
get a
but
volume?
like in society change people, but if you have one of the
Mm.
things that you need as a human being
Mm.
is to be independent. I think is one of the most important things. Don't ever love your community more than anything, but don't let anybody define your relationship with who. Don't let anybody be responsible of your relationship with anybody that you take example man to in Uganda. Na lolo indul kuchi okay. Na lolo indul man take example na rere when banyakole. Kuloben mi aga inche che ko e chol banyakole chiganyi is your mistake. Na rare when Luga when Buganda kuchi Buganda chiganyi is your mistake. I will tell you example the Kulantai and Pan Kenya. Ane rare Zimmerman ku Gidrai. So manatu ko juje ila Kikuyus. And a chin time thin ko rede chatong denyi but I traveled the land. Anchila Nyaururu, Anchila Moranga, Anchila Sangana, Anchila Techol Karatina, Anchila Nanyuki, Anchi up to Techol Garissa. I just wanted to know. You koi ka you koi in the you get area the you period. And I can say now I know something about them. In get the same way I can below. I'm trying to understand them. In get under the laws and the thing 60% of or 50% of the language I level because I jam tong anyak. Na chalo indol kunyi coach, it give you access. Na lor man tanko ga South Sudan, do you know that coach akuirot? And ayo ga
Yeah.
yan man kula lubulwela why dinka dinka unity a yego apingo were alwela dinka unity but na lor kutira na la dinka unity. What is common about the dinka? What is common about them? What do you know about them? Dinka is a nation. That's true. The reason
Yeah.
why, because na lor gogrial, a lady in Gagrial, or Bala Warab, whether communities or Warab, totally they have to do their own way of doing things. Lobento in communities ke jeng to ketero kwa bak, anang their own way of doing things. Na lolo will are they have their own way of doing things. And whenever you have different way of doing things, you totally have different way of approaching things in life. In the same thing na Loben Jonglei State, Kubarku to in Bor County, you must know that that particular community you can approach it. In get under bala twigis then pratan bala nyarweng, a good bala law all kujala law anko a good bala la PG. Na barala la PG ala kalorgu is a combination of different groups. Whether ye pawing ye like yen marbek, mane root kutoy. Lorku UK they totally have different way of approaching things. And they have different beliefs in their own way of life. Manatu, for you to understand South Sudan,
Yeah.
for you to understand South Sudan, you must come back from the
You have
university
to
with
move.
your degree and now come back and learn people. But if you don't learn people and
Yeah.
assume them, sorry, I go look Kiswahili. Yeah, so wabijajal, and thank you.
And I almahi machin kudu unwel long krang by the way. So when you think I pure ya gana mo inwera wana. By the way, that guy is supposed to be okay, one of the rantung supposed to be a jam unity. Okay, in a very right way. Okay, in state ela emotional ku le toge ke era no hariating. Even the general garden, you know. Go
No,
artist and influence.
no, just believe it to concept when there are those that are pushed by the belief that until if I stay with my community,
Chatting.
I would be then have a launching pad and I will be respected. So
Yeah.
you find it that they are not the one talking. How do you think that he has an audience that can actually tolerate whatever he's putting out?
Yeah. Kuguti chin okay yeah the konyen because ben ni are ko ki but a chin kije ge repeat ko chi chatting because chatting ko on kede no ne ke kadang celebrate 15 December that guy yeah kwancho correct awan li to ke ra lu ki campaign if you analyze that ka chen dang ke to nyen te na te bu ko be gereng be ka be re ben be ngi lo ala ti che ke pursa So kichirgana che support ye ran jam ye young person kor ba ge, you know, kachirga ga chi be aki ka din kara.
Okay, Daniela, I
En
will
ge
answer
change.
that. Oh, yeah, na
Yeah.
timna wabi
So
jabe
ani
look
ba
at that theogro tamo, kaya ta theogro. Inja leje.
ayen na pedare.
Thank you.
Pedare.
Daniela, thank you. Guys, thank you for your time and I think this is my longest show in years. Almost 4 hours and 4 hours. Ooh-wee. So this is my longest show ever. Daniela Valentino Akolwal. Yen Kilora, that's a very good question. I've actually been looking for them. Okay, Dana Turjong, Madun Burial, Matonga Diu, Dimatok, Dimatok, Chol Tong Mayai. Get on to interview when I actually need to interview them with a follow up. What happened? What have they changed inside there when they went back to the government? Have they changed? Have they worked hard now to change things for Salva Kiir or no? And if not, what prevent them from doing that? I think is one of the things that I want to do if they will agree. but my end opposition. There is a mentality whereby when you say okay, law would take do in the alley ben be so I challenge you then things change. So we can lay right?
Gok Alarm International.
Hello. Oh, Malay. Hey, so anjam ano mabaj. Wow. Yena adore kaya ka late kula we. Thank you for your time. Kujala we call you Ben. Thank you. I think what I was trying to let the community know is that I've not changed myself. I'm still a journalist, but steering the debate is something that is very important, and that's what I was trying to do. Do I have sound now? That's what I was trying to do, and I hope that people will learn something out of this. It's 4 hours now, and I thank you for the time. So, Erika. Daniela, you're too much. Yeah, chen go can yeah, chopping ya one mele. Ya one mele. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you guys. Thank you for your time. That was thank you. Bye bye.